Paul Skeens is so amazing. Paul Skeens can't pitch more than 5 innings. Fernando Valenzuela pitched 8 consecutive games, bro. He won the Cy Young and the Rookie of the Year. By the way, he won the World Series.
It's Sports Rage tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
North Carolina State University researchers have discovered the secret of the fastest jumping backyard bug on Earth, the tiny globular springtail. It doesn't fly, bite, or sting, but with a tiny spring-loaded fork appendage under its abdomen to avoid predators, man, can it jump! Jumping 60 times its body length and spinning at 368 RPM, it can only be seen by high-speed cameras. This may be helping possible nightmare fuel research at Cornell. They're building swarms of autonomous AI-powered 3D printed quadruped insects powered by microscopic internal combustion engines. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to The Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Carver and Lisi.
If they lose this weekend to Tampa, tell you what, I don't want to hear Matias the rest of the football season. They should smoke Tampa, right?
Falcons better roll that NFC South title. Roll.
I don't want to hear
that
it.
Division.
No, I don't want to hear about these dirty birds. They're the best team by default, not because of their play on the field.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. Seems like everybody has an opinion on how to do sports gaming, but consider your source. If you want to listen to your mother-in-law, that's a choice. So get your information from the voice of authority. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags!
Rage!
Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Let's roll. This is Sports Rage. I am Gable Morency, the pimps, the players, the hustlers, the people that bust them, and everybody else in between. Sports Rage game day has begun live from Los Angeles, California. Most sane people would hand the reins off, maybe not do the show tonight, but we're not sane. And you roll. Hell, we'd do the show live from the baseball game tomorrow if they let us. I would, but I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be drinking Dodgeritas tomorrow night. And
Yeah.
you know, we've been down that road before. So, but I would do it. I would check in live if they, I would actually do it. But countdown to first pitch is on. LA is the place to be. We got the NFL game here tonight. And I didn't even realize it just by chance today. I don't have a lot of clean T-shirts, to be honest with you. So, like, I looked in my closet and I was going to the airport and I saw a nice, clean white T-shirt. I was like, I got to wear this under a hoodie here on the plane. And I just sort of pulled it off the rack, and it was my J.J. McCarthy Minnesota Viking T-shirt. So I'm wearing that in the airport, and I'm walking around the streets of L.A. Today wearing a Minnesota Viking jersey, and I got people asking me, "Oh, you in town for the game?" I didn't even realize. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm going to the game tomorrow." And they're like, "No, the game tonight. You're wearing J.J. McCarthy Vikings." I'm like, no, I'm not a Viking fan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I'm like, no. And I had to tell
That's
multiple
so
people today. I got into it. No, I'm actually a Michigan fan. I'm a J.J. McCarthy fan, but I'm a Dodger. And I got into it, guys. The guy in Dick's Sporting Goods. I'm an Ohio State fan. Guy behind the cash. I'm like, yeah, of course, buddy.
I'm going to go to another cash register.
So one thing here, Cam, and in the U.S., you can't walk 5 feet without someone talking college football smack if it comes up, man. So
amazing.
Then it started, other people started chirping, oh, they're not very good this year, Michigan? I'm like, yeah, I know they're not very good this year.
Yeah, settle down, buddy.
Just trying to buy a Dodger hoodie here, bro. I'm waiting in line at Dick's. I'm getting into a college football argument with people. But it's all good. All good. So this, you got to love this irony here that I'm in Los Angeles and our boy Matthias is in Los Angeles and I can't watch the Rams game. You're going to have to watch the Rams game, Cam. I'm going to watch the Syracuse game because I got the Syracuse Pitt game and it's a disaster for Syracuse.
It is.
Kyle McCord.
Gabe, why can't you watch the game?
Because the hotel doesn't have Amazon Prime, bro.
Oh yeah, it's Amazon Prime. It's not like the old days.
I'm
where
in
it's
a
on
hotel.
regular channel. Yeah, things are.
I
different
get
now.
this one when normally when I'm in my normal domain, I get these games on Thursday night. I don't get this game tonight. And I was thinking, you know what? Maybe it's on in LA, just specifically like the two local cities, like LA and Minnesota or something, Minneapolis, St. Paul. It's not. It's exclusively Amazon Prime. So settle down, Matthias. Why don't I get it? I'm in a hotel. That's why.
Well, no, I was going to say, can't you download the Amazon Prime? I can watch it on my phone. You know, you can download the Amazon Prime
best is
app
game.
on your phone.
Oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Hold on. You know what? I am an Amazon Prime member, Matthias. You're right. I just logged on Amazon
buddy.
here. Yeah, like on the website. Yeah, I'm on Amazon Prime. And in fact, I ordered a TV this morning before I left on Amazon because I wanted to be there when I get back, waiting for me. I haven't had a TV. Well, I have a TV, but in one of my rooms, I haven't had a TV in like 2 weeks. And I put it off, and I put it off. I can't put it off anymore. So 17-0 in the Pitt game. The over's looking pretty good because it's 17-0. Only 6 minutes left in the first quarter. I'm on the over this game, but I'm on Syracuse plus the points. We're on the Los Angeles Rams plus 3. And this is another thing, too. I'm challenged here tonight. I had to put my bets in because California, pretty much you can marry a tree and you can smoke a tree in California. You can't place a sports bet.
I want to marry a tree. Doesn't talk.
You can do whatever you want in California, Cam. Like they really they don't care, but like you can't bet on sports. Yeah, no. Can't bet on sports, but we got a good deal on some weed for you. So
yes,
that's what counts.
We get off the plane. Dispensary. Let's go.
Listen, I was just in downtown Los Angeles today, and the Uber driver was like bitching big time. I hate all these politicians. Look at this city. It's a hellhole. I said, yeah, you seen Hollywood? He goes, you seen all of it? He starts going, you seen all of it? He got so mad because there was like one homeless dude like sleeping on a sidewalk. He goes, look at this effing guy. He thinks he owns the restaurant. I'm like, it's one dude. Like I was like,
exactly.
I said, what do you want him to do? I said, dude, like whatever, bro. He's on the sidewalk. You think he wants to be there? Like, you know what I mean? So, quite the day in LA today. So, yeah, we got the football game here, but we're on the Rams in this game, so I got to get my bet in early. I put the Rams bet in, not even knowing, Cam, whether about Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, but they're both active tonight. And the line hasn't really moved. So I got the Rams plus 3. I got a 7-point teaser with the Rams up to plus 10 and over 41. And I played the long field goal over 47.5. And I guess I'll give everybody a first touchdown score prop that I can't bet right now. I was thinking about loading up at another account just to sort of like, all right, I'll bet at this place now and I'll get another one going so I won't have this problem. But I put like $5,000 in bets in last night before I left. So I'm pretty loaded up, actually.
Yep. Yeah. You got to do.
I'm not exaggerating either, Matthias.
No, I know you're not.
I'm not exaggerating.
When you go to California, you got to do what you got to do.
Let's go.
For the record, I put $1,000. I put $1,160 to win $1,000 on the Dodgers tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah, I bet like another $1,000 on the Dodgers to win the series.
Oh boy.
I've got I wasn't kidding. I got like $250 on all the player props, each guy. Like I'm loaded up for this game tomorrow. I really hope Jack Flaherty strikes out 5 people. That'll help me out tomorrow to start that game. So what's your pick, Cam, for the Rams game?
I got a lot. I got Rams plus 3, sprinkle on the money line plus 125. I have a contrarian view. All the star receivers for the Rams are coming back, Gabe. I'm loading up on one player. It's going to be a boomer bust day, kind of like you and your bets. It's Tutu Atwell. He has 12 catches in his last couple of games. Every week he's been the guy, and I still think Stafford goes to him. Atwell, over 31.5 receiving yards. Atwell, over 2.5 receiving. Atwell, anytime touchdown, even though he's got none, plus 450. Rams plus 10 in a teaser, over 40. Rams plus 10 in a teaser, under 54. Jones, anytime touchdown for the Vikings, minus 120. Williams, first touchdown, plus 375. Jones, over 96.5 rushing and receiving, and a 9-1 parlay. Jefferson and Kupp, 100-plus yards each. That's it.
Jefferson and Kupp, 100 yards each. All right, so we'll count down to kickoff from SoFi, and I'm going to flick around because I was always under the impression that these games were on in the local markets, but I don't think the Amazon games are. I think it's like the NFL Network games or something like that. So I'm pretty sure this one won't be on. My deal is I can get a stream going, but I don't really want to tempt fate. And I'm sure, Matthias, you know what I'm talking about here. If I start loading up football games as well on the same computer, we might be pushing our luck. We might be pushing our luck a little bit. So I got the college game, and as I stated, I'm on Syracuse +7, and I'm on over 62, 17-0. Kyle McCord, the former Ohio State quarterback, is of course transferred to Syracuse, and this guy is unbelievable. In the 6 games, he's thrown for 339 yards or more in every game, and he's been the reason why Syracuse are suddenly 5-1 right now. They really could be and should be undefeated. They played a weird game against Stanford. Stanford are terrible. I was actually on Stanford that night, but
I remember.
Stanford beat them outright at the Carrier Dome, Cam, and that's their one loss of the season. It was like a Friday night game.
Yep.
And they nearly won at the end, but they just didn't. So they could be 6-0 right now. I think Pitt, and even the quarterback at Pitt, basically said, we're 6-0, but we're still trying to prove ourselves. They still have their doubters out there, Pitt. This is going to silence a lot of doubters. You're up 17-0 on a 5-1 Syracuse team. Very, very impressive start for the Pittsburgh Panthers.
Their defense has been amazing in this game, just forcing Syracuse into
their
turnovers.
Defense generally sucks.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's a bizarro world. But I'm going to tell you this. You take Syracuse live down 17. They're driving now. I think they're going to get back in this game.
All right, let's roll. We got a stacked house tonight on the program. Ton of guests. Live from LA. I got a ton of baseball picks that we got to share with you tonight because we will not be with you tomorrow night. Cam and Kurtz will be in. Let's roll.
Enemy.
Losers rely on luck. Winners depend on getting the information they need.
Winners depend on us.
The home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
Let's make something crystal clear. The winning edge has nothing to do with increasing good luck. Luck has nothing to do with it. It's sports gaming strategies and information. You want luck? Flip a coin. You want to win? Flip it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Sports Rage tonight.
His first start in Major League Baseball, he threw a shutout complete game. He threw 8 consecutive complete games. People go crazy. Oh, Paul Skeens. Oh, Paul Skeens is so amazing. Paul Skeens can't pitch more than 5 innings. Fernando Valenzuela pitched 8 consecutive games, bro. He won the Cy Young and the Rookie of the Year. By the way, he won the World Series.
It's Sports Rage tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, let's roll the Thursday Night Throwdown live from Los Angeles. Countdown to first pitch is on. An absolute classic, epic World Series. A little bit later on, I'm going to go over some of the historical trends and just over-the-top stuff that's never happened before or hasn't happened in 50, 60, 70 years. And there's so many connections between the Dodgers and Yankees. Sarah Lang does a great job with baseball stats and baseball history, and she had a great column 10 like crazy historical facts about this World Series. It hasn't even started yet. So the football games though have started. We've got the now here. You know what I hate in the hotel rooms? All right, here we go. And you know what? I'm getting lucky here, guys. So as I stated, I was under the belief, and I looked this up earlier in LA today, and I saw something about Fox, and I was like, you know what? Because normally with these, when they screw you in what these like the streaming games with the NFL, the local TV markets will be the only ones in America. Like people in Philadelphia now or whatever, Chicago, it's on Amazon Prime, but Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Los Angeles, they go with the local network. So it's like not a Fox national game. Like you see Matthias on the screen here. It says Prime, even though it's on Fox. So this is a bonus. I didn't think I was going to get it. So we'll see which game is more entertaining, this one or the college football game. And we're waiting on Syracuse to put some points up on the board. They're getting 14.5 now, Cam. The total is 66.5.
I think it'll get there. I'd take 14.5 now. Going forward, McCord made a great play on 4th down for them to get the first down, but Pitt's defense is relentless right now. He's getting hit, beaten up, sacked, pressured, like all sorts of things. So got to give the Panthers a lot of credit, but a lot of football left. Syracuse scores here and stops Pitt. We get right back in the game.
So SoFi Stadium is rocking tonight. Very, very purple tonight, man. Minnesota Vikings fans travel. These guys travel when they're not good. Like now they're actually really good. And in fact, look at the freaking crowd. It's just like a wall of purple at this football game. I saw a bunch of Viking fans at the airport this morning, but most people get in like before.
At 6 a.m.
No.
Cool.
No, they were walking around lost and confused in the LAX parking lot trying to figure out how to get an Uber.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, exactly.
I helped one of them actually.
Nice.
I heard like a couple sort of arguing. I don't know what the hell. What is so effing confusing? And like, I heard damn LA. Like they were just
I like it.
Yeah. So I looked over. I said, "You guys got a problem? Can I help you?" And he says, "Is this the right place for the Uber?" I'm like, "Yeah, right over there, buddy." Yeah. So Viking fans. So the Vikings get the ball first in this game. So the Vikings, of course, coming off their first loss of the season, and we talked about it with Brady. Brady brought it up last night, and Brady was all over the angle. Although it didn't work with all the teams. Didn't work with Kansas City, obviously, messing with Reed off the bye. But because they were undefeated and went into the bye, and they're still undefeated after. But Minnesota, Cam, I don't really know if it was the bye that hurt them. They lost this crazy game, whatever, 32-31 or whatever the hell it was. So it wasn't like they were terrible. They just lost, a crazy game to the Lions. But it doesn't automatically mean they're going to turn it around the next game. They are better. They're obviously a better football team than the Rams are this year. I think it's a massive gift that we have Nakua and Kupp playing tonight. But if, Minnesota, I get it. Minnesota, the better football team. It was a leap of faith for me tonight, taking the Rams. And I'm sort of leaning on the historical numbers here that I talked about earlier in the week. And I believe it. 20 times, guys, since 2006. They've been playing these Thursday night games since 2006. It's only happened 20 times, but 20 times a team from the East Coast or the Central Time Zone has gone to play a Thursday night game on the West Coast, and they're 4-16 straight up all time. And that's like every different team. So it's not like just one team or you saw that quarterback suck. That's why. No, man, it's an incredibly difficult thing to do. And Aaron Rodgers did it twice, like 10 years ago.
In his prime.
Right? Yeah, I mean, in like 2013, Aaron Rodgers, in 2011 or 13 or whatever, Aaron Rodgers did it. So besides Aaron Rodgers, everybody else is 2-18 in this spot. And then we get into and maybe this trend will be the bubble burst, because I believe more in the travel spot, Cam, than I do every team that played the Detroit Lions. But every team that's played the Detroit Lions this year has gotten smashed in their next football game. Minnesota just played the Lions on a short week on the West Coast. The trends were too much for me to ignore. That's why I took the LA Rams tonight.
I'm on the LA Rams, Gabe, and it's kind of crazy on a lot of the books before he left. Like this thing went to 2.5. I found some threes out there. It was 3.5 at the start. You could find a hook out there, but now it's kind of interesting that the line's going that way. I guess because of the receivers coming back, Nakua and Kupp. But I will say this. I do believe in that. First of all, the historical trend with travel, I think it's something to buy into. And another one is, you talked about it, and you brought up a good point. The Lions are a physical team. Minnesota was fine off their bye. They punched Detroit in the face in that game. Detroit just absolutely, unlike some Dan Campbell times where he goes nuts and they freak out, they were calm. They came back in that game, and it turned out to be an instant classic. Great game between Minnesota and Detroit. But I think the Rams, they understand too, Gabe. Take a look at the division with Seattle, San Francisco struggling, Arizona. They win tonight and get their guys back. You know, they have something to play for. If they lose tonight, they might have a fire sale.
Well, speaking of travel and traveling, the only thing that's traveling right now is the Minnesota Viking offense down the field. Like they're moving the ball on the Los Angeles Rams right now to start this football game. The Rams can't stop. Jefferson. So Jefferson's lighting it up early right now. So there's a timeout. It's 2nd and 5 coming up here. And Georgia Southern is getting smoked by Old Dominion right now, late in the second quarter. Old Dominion is up 23-7. They're laying 13.5 right now. The in-game total is 58.5. Pittsburgh Panthers still up 17-0. And this is their 1 quarter in right now. So the second quarter is set to begin. The total is 65.5. Q still getting 14.5 there. And we have a bunch of NHL games going on, so I'm assuming Cam has a bunch of bets. The Dallas Stars are beating the Boston Bruins right now, midway through the second period. Panthers are up on the Rangers right now, 3-1. The Wild are up 1-0 on the Lightning, 2-2. Devils and Wings. St. Louis Blues up 2-1 on the Maple Leafs. The Maple Leafs coach used to be the Blues coach, actually, so a little bit of it's a little revenge game. Oh, Dallas just scored again, 4-1 for the Dallas Stars. This is Sports Rage Game Day.
Being a SportsGrid listener doesn't make life perfect, but it'll do till perfect comes along. We're the home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts. With politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes, hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
Sports Rage tonight.
His first start in Major League Baseball, he threw a shutout complete game. You know, he threw 8 consecutive complete games. People go crazy. Oh, Paul Skeens. Oh, Paul Skeens is so amazing. Paul Skeens can't pitch more than 5 innings. Fernando Valenzuela pitched 8 consecutive games, bro. He won the Cy Young and the Rookie of the Year. By the way, he won the World Series.
It's Sports Rage tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1963, Sandy Koufax is a unanimous winner of the Cy Young Award, going 25-5 with a 1.88 ERA.
The question is why. I don't know if cortisone is good for you or not, but to take a shot every other ball game is more than I wanted to do. And
despite his incredible success, Koufax retired at the age of 30 due to injury. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
How to tell if you have the winning edge. Take a coin and flip it. While it's in the air, call it. Whatever comes up, so long as you're listening to us. You have it. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Man, the Sports Rage band is like a little, they're a little out of sync. They're fired up tonight. This song just sped up. The Sports Rage band's drunk tonight. You guys got to chill out. Like, you guys just slow.
Again, not as crisp. That's the best. They're drunk.
Well, that didn't take long. So we got our first touchdown of the game. And the first touchdown of the game is Oliver. Oliver scores the touchdown for the Minnesota Vikings.
Nobody had Oliver. Nobody.
No, nobody.
Exactly.
Nobody knows who Oliver is.
Yeah. He was like 30-1.
Sam Darnold's going to throw 3 touchdown passes today. Right home, sitting tight at USC, Southern California, where he went to school.
There,
feeling good.
Sam Darnold.
Hey, come on. Relax.
Sam Darnold's going to be a Pro Bowler this year, Matthias. It's crazy.
Yeah, he looks good.
He's feeling like he's back in school, back at USC.
Yeah, no, he's dialed in, man. Like, and I really wonder, it makes me wonder about my boy, J.J. McCarthy now. It could have been, should have been. Like, you know what's crazy is word was in Minnesota out of camp that J.J. McCarthy was going to take over. That he was playing so well. They were like, you know what? Darnold's doing some good things, but we know McCarthy's going to be the quarterback of the future. So they were leaning supposedly towards saying, you know what? We're just going to make McCarthy the starter. And I don't know if they would be as good, though. I can't sit here, even as a big J.J. McCarthy fan, and tell you that, oh, yeah, they'd be 5-1 right now with J.J. McCarthy. And then McCarthy gets hurt, and then Darnold is back. And, you know, like I said, Darnold played pretty well in camp, too. But now Darnold's lighting it up so much, it's going to be one of these deals at the end of the year, especially the Vikings do go deep into playoffs. What are they're going to have to keep Sam Darnold. And then suddenly J.J. McCarthy becomes like Jordan Love or whoever and is going to have to wait a couple of years. But with all that being stated, and I do like the Vikings a lot. I've been betting on them pretty much every game this year, except last week I did like Detroit. And tonight I'm on the Rams. But with that being stated, I'm kind of waiting for Minnesota's bubble to burst a little bit. And Sam Darnold's bubble to burst a little bit. Everything is going to even out. You know, but he's playing at an incredibly high level. And he's done it now. So whatever. We're only 6 games in. This season's 17 games. So it's all, you know, Cam, it's only like 37% or whatever the hell it is. It's really like a little more than a third of the season. There's still a lot of football left. Right? So a lot of things can happen for Sam Darnold between now and the end of the year, and the Vikings as well. But this would be a big win for them. They go on the road tonight. They get back on track. I'm going to tip my cap to these guys because they are good. But even though they're really good, and there's Nakua would have dropped a little bit cold hands. Even though they're really good, I think the Lions are kind of, the Lions are right there. I trust the Lions more in the playoffs than the Vikings. And I kind of trust the Packers more. Like when I'm thinking at the end of the year in the NFC, I see the Detroit Lions going to the Super Bowl, maybe the Green Bay Packers, and that was my pick before the year started. I said either the Lions or the Packers go to the Super Bowl and represent the NFC. I wasn't buying San Francisco again. And we can't really dismiss Minnesota, but Minnesota guys are a lot like my Buffalo Bills are, to be honest. The Vikings were the Bills before the Bills, guys. Like the Vikings lost multiple Super Bowls in the 70s all the time. They were great. Bud Grant was the coach, also coached the Blue Bombers in the CFL. Bud Grant was the coach. Fran Tarkenton was the quarterback. Ahmad Rashad. And they would win the NFC. They'd go to the Super Bowl, but they'd lose to the Vikings. They'd lose the Vikings. They'd lose to the Raiders. They'd lose to the Dolphins or whatever. Like they'd always lose in the Super Bowl. And remember, guys, we remember when they had Randall Cunningham. They were freaking good. Like
not just that game.
They were like 14-2, and then Dante Culpepper was like 15-1 or something one year with them. Like with Randy Moss and Chris Carter.
They were amazing.
Like, they've had some really, really top tier teams, but they've never been back to the Super Bowl game since the 70s, bro.
You're absolutely right. Remember the time they were at, like, they had the best team going. Like, that was their best addition, and they lost to the Atlanta Falcons, Mateus' Falcons, and they should have gone all the way.
Kind of crazy the Vikings haven't made it to a Super Bowl in 50 years.
Agreed. They always find a way to gag. Remember they were beating Seattle, too? Like, they've had many times to go deeper. They always get
That's how my point started. I don't trust them to go deep just because I know I'm old enough to have seen it.
Yeah.
SportsGrid Game Day continues.
giving you sports gaming strategies so powerful you can practically reserve a family vacation on it. Feels good to be a winner, doesn't it? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
North Carolina State University researchers have discovered the secret of the fastest jumping backyard bug on Earth, the tiny globular springtail. It doesn't fly, bite, or sting, but with a tiny spring-loaded forked appendage under its abdomen to avoid predators, man, can it jump! Jumping 60 times its body length and spinning at 368 RPM, it can only be seen by high-speed cameras. This may be helping possible nightmare fuel research at Cornell. They're building swarms of autonomous AI-powered 3D printed quadruped insects powered by microscopic internal combustion engines. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern. And Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi. Then boils over with Gabe Moritzi on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Ask any player and they'll tell you any advantage is important. That's where we come in. SportsGrid delivers gaming strategies and analysis 7 days a week.
The winning edge.
It's your advantage to more winning more often. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
So here we go.
Let's roll. Sports Rage Game Day live from Los Angeles. You know what? We'll show you, a little bit of our setup here. Basically, everything is sort of locked down. It's a hotel room, man. Like, I need like a bunch of roadies to start moving things around. I wanted to just sit on the couch, but I guess I could have, but it was kind of low and light. I would have been leaning down. And there's a desk here, and you know what you see here. We're gonna try to get the view a little bit. Oh, yeah, I see. Oh, yeah. We did a shot earlier today of this, but didn't look really. We couldn't really see the mountains. But there you go. Let's just go with it now. There you go.
Nice.
Look at that beautiful backdrop. Look at that beautiful backdrop there.
It's always been my dream to live near mountains. I don't know why I don't like you. I'm
Looks
very
like
envious.
that's where they
live in Vancouver. It's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
They basically film MASH on these mountains behind me. Look at them. You know, it's like the helicopter. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. You get the helicopters landing. Anytime you see these mountains, especially around here, Burbank and like all the old studios and stuff, especially around the Glendale area. A lot of shows were shot in the Glendale area in the old days. Yeah, my show Mannix. I'm a big fan of Mannix. Mannix actually from Glendale. He's Armenian. Tons of Armenians in this area.
Good call. You're absolutely correct. It's our big time Armenians. Like, you're right. That's an excellent point. Huge.
The Minnesota Vikings up 7-0. Rams knocking on the door right now on the 5-yard line. So Oliver scored the first touchdown of the game. Matthew Stafford just went to Cooper Kupp in the end zone. He was covered, didn't get him. We'll see. You know what? McVay's a nut job, too. It's 3rd and goal. This guy, he doesn't like kicking field goals, McVay. We've seen him go for it in situations like this before. It's 3rd and goal right now. I would recommend just taking the 3 if they don't get the touchdown on this play, but I wouldn't be surprised if he actually went for it on 4th and goal from the 5, but it's not going to be a concern because there's a touchdown.
Who scored?
Kieran Williams.
Yes.
Kieran Williams with the touchdown.
That's fun.
9 plays, 70 yards, in 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Over bettors are liking this. And you know what? I got that Rams tease to +10 to the over. Both teams have had the ball once. Both teams just easily went down the field and scored touchdowns, respectively. New in-game total right now in this football game is 56.5. 56.5. Meanwhile, the Syracuse Orangemen are getting lit the F up right now. They're getting lit like a spliff and a bong in the back of Willie Nelson's tour bus. On the road again. Pittsburgh, 24. Syracuse, nothing. Pittsburgh, this is a statement game for Pittsburgh. And I heard their quarterback did an interview before on ESPN tonight about wanting to put together 4 consecutive quarters against a good team. They got something to prove, and they want to show people how good they are. And, well, they're showing people 24-0 right now for the Pittsburgh Panthers. They're rocking at Pitt. In-game total, 66.5. Syracuse, my Syracuse plus 6.5 is dead, Cam. +6. That's not happening. They're now getting 24.5. I do have the over 62, and I put the exact same amount on both bets. So if I get the over here, fine. I'll take the split. And for people tuning in, it should get there even at 66.5, guys. Syracuse aren't going to quit, right? The college teams don't tap out. Pro teams tap out. College teams don't tap out. So they're going to be out there trying to come back, and McCord's going to throw the ball a million times. And so they'll eventually break through. And we're already at 24 right now with 11 minutes left in the second quarter of play. Total 66.5. I'm pretty comfortable with my over 62, so I think this goes over to 66.5, guys.
Yeah, I think there's going to be more points as well. I'm not sure. Syracuse looks pretty well done. What about I'm on Old Dominion, Gabe. Are you touching Old Dominion, Georgia Southern? Like we're at 37 points in this game right now. A lot of points.
No, I didn't have a lot of interest in this game. With college football coming up this weekend, I sort of isolated a couple of picks. I can share with you, with people, what I put in. Tomorrow night, we got the big Boise State game against UNLV. Arguably the biggest game in UNLV program history, to be honest. Like, this is as big as it gets. And if you look at now, too, I don't think Liberty had a hope in hell of making the playoffs anyways. But now Liberty are eliminated out of the mix, right? So Liberty are out of the mix. They need to put someone in the playoff. They're not putting Holy Cross in. You know what I mean? Like, they got to put someone in. So it really looks like it's going to end up being the winner of the Mountain West, which is Boise State or is UNLV. And this, and they play each other again, actually, in the Mountain West Conference game after. But massive stuff. And then you got Ashton Genty looking to sort of take the next step with the Heisman Trophy, which I think he kind of will. Like we said, guys, Ashton Genty's prop tomorrow night, 196.5 rushing yards. He's minus 900 to score a touchdown in the game. Minus 900. Last week against Matthias's Hawaii Warriors, that he was 1,800, Matthias. I've never seen that before. -8. I've never seen, like, whatever, dude. I've never seen anything like that. I never even seen minus 900, let alone, right? But he was minus 1,800 to score a touchdown last week against the Hawaii Warriors. And he's averaging 208 yards a game, this kid. And it's 196.5 tomorrow. So I'm on the Boise State Broncos to win the game. And I think this game tomorrow is going to be a pure track meet that gets into like the 80s, 90s type of deal. What's the total now? 66.5? Like, this game, Cam, is going to be, it's going to, to me, Boise are going to hang like 45, I think, on UNLV. And UNLV's offense is good. So UNLV are going to respond. Like, this game's going to be super close, guys. Like, I actually think, if you ask me what the final score of this game's going to be, I'd say 45-41. Boise State wins 45-41. 48-45. But I sort of think 45-41. So again, to me, the game's going to sail over the number. So I got that pick in for tomorrow because I'm going to be the Dodger game tomorrow. And I'll go over my Dodger picks for tomorrow night. In the NFL game here, guys, now the Vikings are moving the ball once again. Both teams have gone up and down the field on each other. And that's why the total is now 57.5. We got our boy Brent Beard going to join us on the other side. We lost Cam Stewart, and that's a little bit ironic considering that we're the ones in a hotel, but Brent Beard has stepped up, and then he'll join us on the other side, and we'll get Brent's thoughts. We'll get Brent's thoughts on the Pittsburgh Panthers being up 24-0 right now. A Pittsburgh Panther team that nobody's talking about. Everyone talks about the Miami Hurricanes, right? Everyone talks about the Clemson Tigers. People don't talk about the Pittsburgh Panthers, but this is a statement. This is a pretty big statement game for them so far tonight. And we'll get Brent's thoughts on UNLV and Boise State tomorrow, as we were just talking about Ashton Genty. And I saw Tim Tebow on ESPN tonight before the football game discussing the Heisman Trophy. And Tim Tebow knows a thing or two about the Heisman Trophy. And Tim Tebow said that to him, and he said not to take anything away from Travis Hunter, but Tebow's in love with what Genty is doing. And if you put into perspective, and I said it, but I said, I'm not saying that he is Barry Sanders. But I said, when you watch him, it's like watching Barry Sanders. Like, when you watch this guy play, and it's the way his body is, his way he looks, and he's very reminiscent of Barry Sanders. And I'm not saying it's almost like when Belichick says no one is like Lawrence Taylor. There's only one Lawrence Taylor. So I'm not, I'm not saying he's going to be Barry Sanders. But fact of the matter is, he's actually on pace to break Barry Sanders' all-time record. So maybe he is Barry Sanders. We'll get Brent Beard's take on the other side. Yeah, this guy's on pace for 2,300 yards right now. 208 yards a game he averages.
You're listening to your source of sports gaming strategies and information.
We call it the winning edge.
It helps make the odds even. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1963, Sandy Koufax is a unanimous winner of the Cy Young Award, going 25-5 with a 1.88 ERA.
The question is why. I don't know if cortisone is good for you or not, but to take a shot every other ball game is more than I wanted to do. And
despite his incredible success, Koufax retired at the age of 30 due to injury. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
Face it, it's a jungle out there. And you're wearing baloney underwear. Think of SportsGrid as one of those last great outposts where you can have fun doing something you love. Expert information on gaming, odds, and tons more. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
games that they played in. Even Syracuse, Brett, talking about a 5-1 football team, kind of should be undefeated. They sort of had a hiccup and a speed bump that night against the Stanford Cardinal, but very impressive performance to start the Pittsburgh Panthers. People are waiting for their bubble to burst, and it hasn't happened yet. They barely survived against Cal, but a fun story that it's nice that they're getting some national attention tonight. And then, of course, you got the BYU Cougars, who dramatic comeback last week to keep this thing going, to remain undefeated. Another fun team that still hasn't lost a football game.
That's right. Oh, yeah. And by the way, when Syracuse's coach is Fran Brown, who came from Georgia. So he's had some training from Kirby Smart, trying to turn that team around. And look, hey Gabe, Pitt, they've got SMU, and then they've got Clemson in November. How about that? If you're Pitt and you want to make a statement, you go out and win both those games, you'll have a lot of people looking at you.
I think it's a fun year this year, Brent. It's sort of almost a little bit of a mini throwback in many different ways, but it's interesting, especially with a 12-team playoff, that a lot of teams are sort of in it and feel like, listen, it would be unheard of before for UNLV to be talking about a playoff spot, right? And all the hype. It just would have been, you guys aren't making it in the playoffs, in the 2-team playoff before, the championship or the in the different formats, they wouldn't have a chance to make it. But, it's fun that Navy and Notre Dame is such a big game. It's fun that Army keeps winning.
It is.
Right? There's just and the Pittsburgh Panthers, who people forget too, the Panthers, especially me growing up as a kid, they were one of the top tier college football programs as far as star players. Right? Yeah. That's sort of when I started watching college football. Tony Dorsett with Tony Dorsett with the Pittsburgh Panthers into Hugh Green with the Pittsburgh Panthers, and of course Dan Marino with the Panthers.
Right.
The Panthers used to be like one of the top teams in the country, right? They've kind of fallen off over the years, so it's nice to see them back.
Oh yeah, Johnny Majors coaching Pitt a lifetime ago, wasn't it, Gabe? When he made a difference with them. So no, I'm with you. I'm glad to see them back too. And I tell you what, we covered the ACC down here in Jacksonville, Florida, also with Florida State nearby. Although they're having a rough year, it's nice to see some of these teams really playing well. We mentioned SMU a few minutes ago. Rhett Lashley, who was on that Auburn staff years ago with Gus Malzahn, they're making a statement at this point too. So, look, I'm not going to say the ACC is going to be greater than the SEC or the Big Ten, but I'm glad with expansion how much that's helped this league over the last few years.
No, what's funny? It's almost reminiscent of the Pac-12 actually, in which the Pac-12 for many years, people were so down and negative about them, like there was some sort of subpar conference. And then in the last couple of years, they go out with a freaking bang. They went out with a bang in basketball, football, so many other teams. And now, even a lot of their teams are doing pretty well and have some pretty big wins under their belt in new conferences. And look at Colorado, actually. I think Colorado are better off in the Big 12. I think the Pac-12 was underappreciated. It was better than people gave it credit for. Look at Cam Ward. Cam Ward was in the Pac-12. As he said, he goes, man, it was louder in Washington than it was in Gainesville, right? So, like Cam, and he even said, he goes, all this talk about the SEC. He goes, man, we played on the West Coast. That was real football. So, they've represented themselves well. But, on another flip side, though, it's strange that Florida State and Miami used to be such a massive game, Brent. Right? It would be, sometimes the game of the century, and it would be must-see TV and talk about all week. But Florida State are so bad right now. This game is just sort of a nothing game right now. Miami are 21-point favorites in this game, and I think Miami are going to run the score up on them, too. They're not going to take the pedal off the metal. They're going to want to embarrass them if they can.
Gabe, if they can score 70, they would do it, would they not? I can tell you, because how bad that and intense that rivalry is. Now, number one, Florida State's incredibly struggling right now. I mean, it was they were playing Duke last Friday night, and they looked like a junior college, frankly.
They turned the ball over on 3 consecutive plays at one point, which has never been done.
Oh, yeah. And
More with Brent on the other side. Hold on, Brent. Sports Rage Game Day continues.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid, but don't take our word for it. Ask somebody smart.
Wait, that's not what I meant.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
North Carolina State University researchers have discovered the secret of the fastest jumping backyard bug on Earth, the tiny globular springtail. It doesn't fly, bite, or sting, but with a tiny spring-loaded fork appendage under its abdomen to avoid predators, man, can it jump! Jumping 60 times its body length and spinning at 368 RPM, it can only be seen by high-speed cameras. This may be helping possible nightmare fuel research at Cornell. They're building swarms of autonomous AI-powered 3D printed quadruped insects powered by microscopic internal combustion engines. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to The Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. There's something you should know and always remember. SportsGrid does not increase luck. We're your unfair advantage for the latest sports gaming information. If you're looking for luck, go find a horseshoe. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Sports Rage Game Day. All right, we just got Brent for a couple more moments. We always appreciate his time. The Vikings are up 14-7 right now. So, Brent, as I mentioned earlier, and Brent is a Heisman Trophy voter, and I saw Tim Tebow talking about how impressed he was with Ashton Genty, and they were comparing his numbers and the pace that he's on right now, and he really is on a Barry Sanders-like pace. He's averaging 208 yards a game, Brent. That's unheard of. And you know what's crazy too? They don't pad his stats. Like he only averages like 19 touches a game, so he carries the ball like 19 times a game. That's not that much, Brent. You know what I mean? Like they could basically, if they wanted to, like there's been numerous games this year where Boise are blowing teams out, and he's not running the ball in the fourth quarter. Like they'll take him out of the game. They're saving him for the big picture. So I think it's even more impressive because he could be padding his stats if he wanted to, and he's not.
Yeah. Well, see, and with these running backs, it's not so much yardage to me as what's the average per carry. That's the thing. And when you're when you're doing what he's doing,
and his is 9.9 right now.
Gabe, you know what that means? Every time he carries the ball, he gets a first down. How about that?
Yeah. So, and I saw they talked about the stat. Tebow brought it up, and Tebow said the thing that fascinates him the most, he averages 6.7 yards after first contact.
Right.
So think about that, guys. So the first player that touches him, he gets 6 yards still after the fact. Like he's explosive and he's hard to bring down. So that's what's so super impressive about him.
Well, see, what would be exciting about him, and we'll get into this later on, but as a Heisman voter, would I vote to send him to New York? Absolutely. And I'm going to get some argument. Well, he's not in the SEC or the Big Ten. Look, if you can play, you can play. Well, you and I've had this discussion before, and if you're the best football player, it doesn't matter where you are. And to say this quickly, this has become a quarterback award, and frankly, in a time, Gabe, it just became a best player award, regardless of what the position is. So, listen, I hope he continues to have a great year.
Brent Beard with us. How important? Obviously, it's a big game for them, but if The Athletic, we talked about last week, The Athletic did a straw poll, and he was the winner as of right now. But where I'm going with this, as you stated, he plays in the Mountain West. A lot of people are going to roll their eyes. All right, you racked up a bunch of yards against New Mexico. Or you racked up a bunch of yards against Hawaii, right? UNLV are a little bit more respected. Not a great defensive football team, but this is a showcase football game tomorrow night, albeit against the World Series. But it's a showcase football game, and honestly, Brad, it's a kind of a college football playoff, not eliminator, but they're running out of teams to put in. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I think they're right there. They're literally UNLV, Boise State. One of them could be going to the playoffs. I think Boise State's going to personally get it done tomorrow, but it should be a really fun game tomorrow. Brad, what do you think about the game tomorrow night?
Look, I'm with you, and people need to understand this is one of the bigger games of the weekend, for that matter. And yes, it's on Friday night, so people can see it, and hopefully they got two TVs so they put the World Series on too. But look, that number 12 slot in these playoffs, that's a coveted spot right now. And following that race, frankly, Gabe, is one thing is making college football so much fun right now, is it not?
How about Liberty losing to Kennesaw last night?
Yeah, really. What in the world?
And I don't think they were going to make it anyways. People were talking about, like last year, they would have been the 12th team, but this year their schedule was just so soft, and they weren't blowing anybody out ever. All right, Brad, we'll keep you for a couple of minutes on the other side, but I'll start throwing these quick games at you here right now. Speaking of big games, the only undefeated teams in the SEC, LSU and Texas A&M right now. So it's such a gauntlet. You guys wanted, people wanted, you wanted conference realignment. You wanted the best versus the best. Well, best versus the best means there's not going to be any undefeated teams left when it's all said and done, like there used to be. Except these two teams are, at least in conference play right now. Neither of them haven't lost since their opening games against the game I was at, the USC game. And, of course, Texas A&M lost to Notre Dame. All right, we'll get Brent out on the other side. We'll get his thoughts on the big SEC games. Cam Stewart will rejoin us. SportsGrid Game Day continues.
So some of you aren't listening to SportsGrid the recommended 12 hours a day due to family commitments. Well, we know what your priorities are. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
North Carolina State University researchers have discovered the secret of the fastest jumping backyard bug on Earth, the tiny globular springtail. It doesn't fly, bite, or sting, but with a tiny spring-loaded forked appendage under its abdomen to avoid predators, man, can it jump! Jumping 60 times its body length and spinning at 368 RPM, it can only be seen by high-speed cameras. This may be helping possible nightmare fuel research at Cornell. They're building swarms of autonomous AI-powered 3D printed quadruped insects powered by microscopic internal combustion engines. Archie Capalvo on X. And stay tuned to The Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Carver and Lisi.
You know what kills me? I put it out, I get everybody gassed up, right? I put money on it, obviously, out of no sweat, man. I got guys that tailed me, right? And then all of a sudden, I get the abuse. Oh, this guy's riding the pine. I can't put him in. I figured it was your burner account. You and Mama Tops. You're aging.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. Studies show that in order for you to experience consistent winning, you need a plan.
A strategy.
Something you can trust to give you the edge 24 hours a day. 7 days a week. We make it simple for you. You're listening to the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Level 2. And of course, it's going to be a touchdown. It's got to be a touchdown or two during a commercial break. That's how we roll. Sirius XM channel 159. SportsGrid on demand on YouTube. And I was saying earlier, I said about 15 minutes ago on the show, I said, man, Matt Stafford's unbelievable. It's like he stopped the aging process or something. It really is incredible, like the level of football this guy's playing. But think about this, and Brett Beard with us. And Brett, everything always comes back to the SEC, sir. So
it does.
Matt Stafford, of course, Georgia Bulldog, right? But Matt Stafford and Clayton Kershaw were high school teammates on the baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
And Clayton Kershaw was the pitcher. Matt Stafford was the catcher. And think about how crazy this is. So they're high school, they're on the same team and stuff. They both have these long careers. And Stafford's the one playing like the more physical sport. And he's outlasted Kershaw. Like Kershaw has been beat up the last 3-4 years. And I know as a Dodger fan, like God bless him, but he's at the end here. He's at, he's on the 19th hole, so to speak, right? Yeah. He's sort of hanging around waiting for, one last sort of hurrah. That, he can have a smooth year on the way out. Matt Stafford is playing as good as he's ever played, ever. And I swear, Brett, after they won the Super Bowl, a lot of people, including myself and even the Rams, were like, well, we won the Super Bowl, but now we're stuck with them. Right? Now we owe him $40 million a year for the next 3 years, and we really don't want him. Right? And nobody wanted the contract. The Rams would have said, sure, take Matt Stafford. And, man, the play he just made was unbelievable. He looked like Patrick Mahomes. He's dodging bullets out there. He's ducking. He's throwing. Unbelievable career that Matthew Stafford has had. Just unreal, Brett. And you saw him play in college back in the Georgia days. One of the best Georgia quarterbacks ever, if not maybe the best. Who's better?
Look, do you remember this play early in Nick Saban's career in 2007 or 8?
The big bomb. I remember him throwing a big bomb.
Yeah. Look, it was overtime. They had just gotten to overtime, and basically Stafford drops back, throws to the end zone. Nobody thought he'd do it. Completes it, touchdown, game over. I
remember him running off the field. Yeah.
Yes.
Thinking about Georgia quarterbacks, like I said, like just an unbelievable run, and he's playing great football, and he's done it without like great receivers at times too. And he's got the Super Bowl ring out of it. All right, Brett. So let's get down to business, and we'll get you out of here. It's always a pleasure. So, what do you think about the LSU Texas A&M game at College Station on Saturday night?
I love it. It's a greght game. It's going under the radar. People need to realize how much improved both these teams are. Gabe, this won't surprise you at all. It's a line of scrimmage game. Whoever wins the battle between the LSU offensive line with Will Campbell and the A&M defensive line with Nick Skirton, who, as you know, came from the Big Ten, is probably going to win the game. But to me, the big surprise is how well LSU's defense is playing. That's what surprised people so much. They got Bo Davis from Texas, Corey Raymond from Florida. Great game. And also Whit Weeks and also Brady Swinson on that LSU defense. I never thought I'd be talking this year about the LSU defense, but I'm not sure LSU's like a year ahead frankly, Gabe, I thought their defense would be better next year. It is this year.
And we talked about it. Brian Kelly talked about playing LSU-style football. Right
Yes.
now we're playing LSU football. He said this in the past, too. We've seen a pattern. LSU football, Brian Kelly coach teams seem to sort of click kind of like around the week 5 type of era. So, Bama, and what's the pressure like building on Bama right now with the losses adding up?
It is. There's no doubt about that. They've got a big game with Missouri. Now, think about this a minute. If they beat Missouri and LSU beats A&M, not next week, but in 2 weeks, Bama goes to Baton Rouge in a gargantuan game for both of those teams. Now, Bama's going to have to run the table to get into the playoffs, frankly. But look, they've got to beat Missouri first. Now, what we don't know is, and I'm curious if you've heard more on this tonight, is Brady Cook going to play? He's been hurt. He made the trip to the hospital. He's got an ankle sprain.
I don't think he is. Just from what I understand, I don't think he is. The odds, Brent, the odds makers aren't doctors, but I think they have sources at the hospitals. They always seem to know. You know what I mean? They always set the number, right? And you can tell by, like, put it this way, like this week the Bears, people in the media all week are asking, is Jaden Daniels going to play on Sunday? Yeah. It's pretty clear he isn't. The Bears are 3-point favorites on the road. The odds makers take money and billions of dollars on this stuff. They're not going to put it out there unless they know. No, he's not playing. And I'm not saying they're locked in, but from what I understand, you look at the number and stuff, that Cook won't play in this game. Yeah. It could be getting dangerous for him if he does, right? He rushed back last time. Now, you just did this.
Look, the problem, though, is for Alabama is Theo Weiss and how well that he can play Luther Burden. Luther Burden, the wide receiver at Missouri, could be in the NFL right now. So that's going to be – but, Gabe, Jalen Milroe has got to play better. I mean, let's be honest. I give Tennessee credit, but Milroe was terrible, frankly, versus Tennessee. And I know that they've got their backs against the wall. They've got to be a lot more focused than they were against Tennessee.
So Georgia goes into Texas last week. A lot was made about the quarterback stuff, and Twitter blew up, Brett. Right? About, there's no turning back now, and how could they do this to Quinn Ewers? And I didn't have a problem with it. I thought it was a smart move, actually. Get Quinn off the field for a couple of possessions. Could get Arch seeing like crazy live bullets. And they went back to Quinn Ewers after the fact, but Georgia just overwhelmed them. What was your takeaway from that? And just my quick takeaway is Georgia looked to me, Brent, last week like they did like 4 years ago. Like they actually looked angry and hungry for the first time in a while. Like they were like they had a chip on their shoulder. We don't think that, you're ranked higher than us. We don't like this. They actually it came together for them last week, didn't it?
Well, here's the other thing with this, Gabe, and people don't like to admit this and talk about it, but the truth of the matter is Texas had not played anybody. That they had played no one near.
As a Michigan fan, I pretend I won't hear this, but you're right.
Yeah. But and look, we both know that Michigan's it's an off year for them, but that's the big thing. Their schedule hurt them. They were not ready for Georgia's line of scrimmage and their physicality. And I'm not sure that game was as close as the score even indicated, frankly. Carson Beck played well. Georgia's defense was phenomenal, frankly. I think we saw the true Georgia team last weekend, Gabe.
All right, Brent, we've only got a minute or two left here. So we got to get your World Series pick before we get out of here. But other big games this week, let me ask you, Brent, and I don't know how much you've seen about this, and I've been traveling, right? I'm in a hotel right now. I've been on the road all day.
Right.
I just saw James Franklin's mini little debacle. Have you seen this?
Yeah, I have.
Can that be handled any possibly worse than they did?
It's just amazing. Gabe, all he's got to do is just come out and say, look, this is a legal issue. It's ongoing. I'm very limited that I can say anything about it. and just let it go at that instead of stepping back.
You're right, Brett. They're going to court next week. Just say they're going to court. I can't talk about it in advance. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's not. Just say exactly. Say we'll have something to say after. Say we'll have something to say after. But to yell at the media and for him to say any football questions, you want to talk about tone deaf? And of all schools, Brett, that's the thing, too. Of all schools, Brett.
I know.
I already like Wisconsin this week. I think America's going to like Wisconsin this week now. Thanks, Brett.
If anybody asks you how you win so often, you can tell them you're a loyal SportsGrid listener. Or just say you have an unfair advantage. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
Carver and Lisi.
If they lose this weekend to Tampa, tell you what, I don't want to hear Matias the rest of the football season. They should smoke Tampa, right?
Falcons better roll that NFC South title. Roll.
I don't want to hear
that division.
No, I don't want to hear about these dirty birds. They're the best team by default, not because of their play on the field.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Did you ever wonder why we're called SportsGrid? It's because we help create so many winners we have to use a grid system to keep track of them all. Join them. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Thanks to Brett Beard for joining us on the show. Always good talking college football with Brett. Matthew Stafford done a lot of good things tonight. That was a weird one. That was not one of them. That was one of those. What were you doing here? And even the Vikings are confused. And there's a flag on the play. And Stafford gets bailed out. The Minnesota Vikings have done this a couple of times. So this is Sports Rage Game Day. I'm Gabriel Morency. Thanks to Brent Beard, Cam Stewart back with us. The Vikings have done this a couple of times to themselves tonight, Cam, where they're making plays. They have the Rams at a 3rd and long, 2nd and long, 3rd and long, a pass interference penalty, defensive holding. Like, look at this play. Like, Stafford nearly fell and tripped into the end zone for a safety. And then, like, he's lucky he didn't get called for throwing the ball away. Like, he threw it into the ground. It was one of these weird, like, whoa, that was a weird play. I don't know. I don't know if Stafford saw the holding and figured, I'm going to get away with this. But that was a weird play. The Rams definitely just got bailed out there and got a first down out of that.
Yeah, Vikings guy did get his hands up in the face mask, but you're right. They've killed themselves on 3rd down plays, and it's really helped the Rams out in this game. Gabe, by the way, the Syracuse game, I don't know if anything's happened like this year. Pittsburgh has 3 pick sixes in the game. I repeat, 3 pick sixes, 21 defensive points, 21 points off turnover from McCord. Pick sixes, all their time.
That's what I get.
21. Can you believe that? 21.
That's what I get for betting on That's what I get on betting on a kid that went to Ohio State quarterback.
Yeah, that's what you get. That's right. It's a bad.
He's Syracuse now,
like
Cam, but he's
Ohio
always
State
a Buckeye. Once a Buckeye, always a Buckeye.
That's right, buddy. That's like what the guy said in the casino. He's like, yeah, I'm a Wolverine. You're a Buckeye, and Longhorn and Sooner. Like, that's what happens, man. Like, yeah, you can't do Ohio State. You're a Michigan guy. It's hate.
No, but they won't tap out. Listen, they're not coming back, but there's a chance for the over still in this game. That's what I'm hoping for. The in-game total right now is it's 58.5 at the half. And how about this? This is like your famous Arizona State bet. Because you said you like Syracuse at plus 14.5.
No,
they're now plus 30.5 right now.
I'll stop once, Gabe. I learned my lesson a long time ago, clicking the button 7
Think about
times.
that. They're plus 30.5, guys. Syracuse. So they just need to win the second half.
I don't know if they can. I don't like what I see.
They can. I think they
can. It's a great number, but I've been down this road before. Yeah, more power to you. Good luck. I'm tapping out with the one time, but I'm done. Yeah.
No, but the thing is, I need Syracuse already not to quit because I'm not going to get the over unless they score. If Syracuse gives us something, like if Syracuse can wake up and give us 17, 21 points or something in the second half, the game's going to go over the number for sure, right? It'll end up like 48-17 or something like that. But if Syracuse just keep rolling like the way they're playing right now, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. I'm not going to be able to get the overs not coming home in this game. 31-0 at the half for the Pittsburgh Panthers. Unbelievable performance by Pitt. And as I was stating earlier, man, Pitt used to be the home to star players, man. Dan Marino is a Pittsburgh Panther. Hugh Green is a Pittsburgh Panther. Tony Dorsett, Pittsburgh Panther. As Brent Beard brought up, Johnny Majors, the coach, legendary coach also of the Tennessee Volunteers, was at Pitt before. So it's been a long time since Pitt have been this relevant. If you remember, though, Pitt, every few years, Pitt, especially about 5 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever, but it's like every once in a while, Pitt would knock off Clemson and cause them big problems. And in fact, Nate Peterman beat Deshaun Watson in a game, and then they lost again after. Like, Pittsburgh have been a problem, like, for a couple of big teams, but they've never been able to really string it together and beat everybody. So the Rams are punting the ball now, but it was good business for them because they were pinned against their goal line, and they got some field position now. 14-14, the Vikings going to be getting the ball back with 5 minutes left in the first half at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, where we are tonight. It's the football and baseball capital of the world right now. Got the Vikings and the Rams here tomorrow night. Rutgers and USC at the Coliseum. USC Trojans, 13.5-point favorites in this game. Rutgers with a ton of injuries on the defensive side of the football, and I'm on a Rutgers season win total over 6.5 that I was patting myself on the back on a lot. Last week was a bad week for that. To lose to UCLA was a setback, right? And now they're going on the road here. Lincoln Riley is starting to get on the hot seat once again. This is a big game for the USC Trojans. But with all that being stated, guys, I wouldn't trust USC minus 13.5, even though they're going to need to blow someone out to shut their boosters up. But I'm not sure they can. There's a couple of games like this week. And I brought it up earlier with Brent on the way out. But for people tuning in right now, if you don't know, more ugly allegations from Penn State. Like, this school is just, they can't stay, they can't help themselves. And like I said, I'm traveling, so I pop online and I'm watching TV in the hotel. And I see James Franklin in a press conference, and I'm like, what the hell just happened here? And there's allegations, and it's more than allegations, whatever. So 2 Penn State football players are going to court for alleged rape charges. And football team, but James Franklin never ever brought this up before. And Franklin refused to answer questions from the media about it. And then one of their flunky lackeys came in. It's a legal matter, open investigation. I can't comment even light to the optics You got to watch it, actually. If you know what, I would get Matthias to get it, but it's a betting show tonight. I'll get to this down the week because this won't go away. But this is a seriously embarrassing situation for Penn State. It's just, and for a school that's already, and I'm looking at it here, and they already have pictures of Sandusky and stuff up on some of those sites. For a school that's been as tone deaf as this school has been, for Franklin and for them to be unprepared for this. And as I stated earlier, I already like the Wisconsin Badgers plus the points this week. Now I really do. Like, this is going to be a problem for Penn State. This isn't going to go away. Sports Rate Game.
Your home for the winning edge, but you can call it the unfair advantage. But don't take our word for it. Just ask a winner. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Sports Rage Tonight.
His first start in Major League Baseball, he threw a shutout complete game. You know, he threw 8 consecutive complete games. People go crazy. Oh, Paul Skeens. Oh, Paul Skeens is so amazing. Paul Skeens can't pitch more than 5 innings. Fernando Valenzuela pitched 8 consecutive games, bro. He won the Cy Young and the Rookie of the Year. By the way, he won the World Series.
It's Sports Rage Tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1963, Sandy Koufax is a unanimous winner of the Cy Young Award, going 25-5 with a 1.88 ERA.
The question is why. I don't know if cortisone is good for you or not, but to take a shot every other ball game is more than I wanted to do. And
despite his incredible success, Koufax retired at the age of 30 due to injury. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. At SportsGrid, we don't have time to hype.
We take trust seriously.
If our information wasn't rock solid, they wouldn't let us do it anymore.
That would be bad.
We've got car payments to make.
You can trust us.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Defense is starting to step up right now. Both teams have been in second and third and long situations. We'll see if the Vikings can escape this one, and they're not going to be able to. They just ended up dumping it off. So we got about 3.5 minutes left in the first half right now, and both teams have started to punt. It's slowed down 14-14 still. And the new in-game total is 54.5. The Vikings are 2.5-point favorites, minus 135 on the money line in this game. Now the Rams are getting the football back with about 3 minutes left. This will be a good opportunity for them to bury some points. Even a field goal would help here, Cam. Give them the 17-14 lead going into the room potentially and take it from there. And this game is kind of playing out the way that I thought it would. I never thought that the Rams were going to win this game easily. And my angle, if you guys were with me earlier, and I talked about it earlier in the week, my big angle in this game was the fact that 20 times teams from the Eastern or Central time zone have gone to the West Coast to play on a Thursday night, and they're 4-16 straight up. And early the Vikings were moving the ball, but if this trend is going to be true, and not to mention that every team that's played Detroit has lost after because they're so physical, it's going to hurt them as the game goes on, right? And you're starting to see they're a little bit slowing down a little bit right now. The Rams are starting to, blow up the pocket. They're getting to Sam Darnold. They're forcing Sam Darnold to dump it off and get rid of the football. I like how the Rams look here. I think, like I said, as this game goes on, Cam, I think that the Vikings will just sort of start to fade a little bit. In the fourth quarter, the fatigue will catch up to them. Their body clocks will catch up to them. The West Coast, the short week. It's hard for any teams to play on Thursday night, right? It's just football's not meant to be played 72 hours after you just played. But they're forcing these people to do it because of television and money and stuff. Okay, fine. But asking a team to fly around the country and do it on short rest, it's a tall task. I could be wrong. We'll see what happens here. But that's why I like the Rams so much. And I think you guys will see. As the game goes on, the Vikings will start to get tired.
I'm with you. I'm on the Rams for those reasons as well. And another thing, if you look at the way the Vikings have played this year, look at the recent things. They came up, they punched Detroit in the face, and as that game progressed, Detroit got better. Remember the Jets game overseas? The Vikings were murdering them. They were one play away from coming back in that game. And now this game, they came out of the gates hot, and now, they're starting to stall. So it's kind of been a recent pattern. I agree with the travel as well. It will be noticeable in the second half. I'm really happy that the Rams are in this game right now. Tied at 14. I think we're in a good spot.
The total is looking, the total is still on pace as well. It's a little bit right now, but it'll pick up a bit in the second half. I still think it has a shot. Our teaser's in a nice spot right now. I've got over 41, and I got the Rams plus 10. So that's a nice spot. George Kurt's going to step up and in a couple of minutes. We'll get his thoughts on the World Series. The World Series set to begin tomorrow, so there's no more turning back with our bets. And speaking of bets, I can share with you guys that I did play Mookie Betts to win the most valuable player of the World Series. Now, Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge are the favorites, except baseball isn't like, it's not like other sports. They don't automatically, you can't just give it to the star player unless the star player does something. Like, in other leagues, they'll be like, well, he wasn't great, but let's give it to him anyways because he's the star player. We just saw it. Tommy Edman just won the MVP for the Dodgers. Like, they'll give it to whoever is the hottest player. And, Ohtani is going to be good, but they're also going to be so worried about Ohtani, and they're going to pitch around him a bit. And I think Mookie Betts, personally, and it's my gut feel that Mookie Betts he struggled in the postseason the last couple of years, even though he was great when they won the World Series with the Dodgers, and he was great with the Red Sox. I get the feeling that it's going to be the Mookie Betts show. He's going to go back to New York. He's going to terrorize them as a former Red Sox. He's going to have a big couple of games at Yankee Stadium. And at plus 850, I think it's a really nice number. Like, if you look, Freddie Freeman has a hard time, standing up right now. He's not winning the MVP. And I keep going back to Yamamoto as well. 125-1 for Yamamoto. Kind of a long shot, but I don't think it should be 125-1 long shot, Cam. If he pitches two gems and nobody really has a big offensive pop, Yamamoto can win and be the MVP. The only problem is between Judge, Soto, Betts, and Ohtani, somebody's going to go off and be the MVP. That's just caught up.
And now, for your listening pleasure, we give you SportsGrid summed up in one single symbolic sound effect. Get it? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steel Man Pills. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
North Carolina State University researchers have discovered the secret of the fastest jumping backyard bug on Earth, the tiny globular springtail. It doesn't fly, bite, or sting, but with a tiny spring-loaded forked appendage under its abdomen to avoid predators, man, can it jump! Jumping 60 times its body length and spinning at 368 RPM, it can only be seen by high-speed cameras. This may be helping possible nightmare fuel research at Cornell. They're building swarms of autonomous AI-powered 3D printed quadruped insects powered by microscopic internal combustion engines. Follow me at G Capalbo on X and stay tuned to The Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Get sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day,
7 days a week.
Everything you need to get the winning edge right here. No wonder the wife says you need to spend more time with the kids. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's roll. The Thursday Night Throwdown live from LA. Countdown to first pitch is on. And ironically enough, we have the Vikings and Rams live from LA right now in a 14-14 football game. And there's 47 seconds left in the first half. We got a 3rd and 6 coming up. I got a long field goal prop over 47.5 that hasn't happened because both teams are scoring touchdowns. Hasn't even been any field goal attempts. This would be a perfect opportunity for the Rams to put a 3 spot up before the end of the half here, but they're going to have to get the first down first. We've got college football going on as well. We're still at the half right now with Pittsburgh and Syracuse. 31-0 for the Pittsburgh Panthers. And the Rams will not be kicking a field goal. So this game has really slowed down. It was just on cruise control. It's 14-14. 21 points in the first quarter, only 7 points scored in the second quarter, and looks like that's probably how it's going to end. Let's bring in George Kurtz right now. George, good to see you. What do you think about this slowdown right now of points in the football game? Any concerns? What do you have here in this game?
Well, of course there are concerns because I'm on the over, right? I'm on the over in the game. We're on every Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night over, it seems like. Yes, I'm on the over. It was cruising. It looked like, oh, damn, I didn't put enough money on the over. Should have put more money on the over. And now I'm like, oh, now they're dying, right? There's been nothing. A lot of flags that are disrupting drives here. We sort of got a break with the one Rams drive because those flags extended that drive. They got the touchdown here. But, yeah, there are some concerns that maybe the Rams have figured out Darnold a little bit here. Figured out what the Vikings are running here. We'll see what the adjustments at halftime. We're still well ahead of pace here. We're at 28 points, so we don't need.
Here's another penalty, George, by the Vikings. Like the Vikings have extended the drive quite a few times tonight, bro. Like if I was the defensive coordinator, the coach of the Vikings, I'm gonna have a word with them, George, at the half here about helping the Rams with the penalties.
It's getting a little excessive here. But this is every primetime game too, though. It's flag fest every time. It's frustrating to watch all these penalties, game in, game out.
You know what? I get it. One of those games is like, a few of them have been ridiculous. I get that, but they're penalties, right? For the most part, the Vikings have been committing penalties, right?
I agree.
It just is what it is. So now the Vikings are just looking to basically just kill the clock here. It looks like we're going to go into the room tied at 14, but there's an injury on the old line. Oh, Darisaw too.
Wow. His knee, that's not good.
They can't afford that. Man, the injuries, George, are starting out up in the NFL right now. You get to this time of the year, it's inevitable, right? You have this many players, this is mathematics. Players are going to get hurt, no matter who it is. We saw it with the Buccaneers. Look, he got hit from the backside. Oh. Ram came flying in.
Yeah, that's
wasn't deliberate. That's going to be a serious injury
there too. That's
That's going to be a bad injury for him.
Hopefully, it didn't bend completely. It didn't snap, but that looks like a knee problem there. That's unfortunate, but like I said, We've all seen, though, plays where you think the guy's got, tore every ligament in his knee and he's fine. So that's what you're really hoping for here. But you said it. So many injuries. The NFL is a game of attrition. Whoever has the least amount of injuries wins. So it seems like year in and year out. So many big injuries here. And this is just Thursday. We know we're going to get more on Sunday, probably more Monday. And it's who can survive, who has the best depth here, or who doesn't have the superstars that get hurt.
You could ask, though, and I know, listen, they were flipping out in Atlanta about, how could you have Godwin on the field then? Well, you're down by 10 points. You got to play football, right? But you could ask yourself, George, all they wanted to do was kill the clock there. I mean, couldn't they have just, not run that play? You know what I mean? Would they, I don't know, I got to see the timeouts. How many timeouts the Rams have? I'm just saying they ran that play with the intention of not getting any yards on it, right? They ran the ball literally just, folks, just get a yard and try to kill a couple of seconds here. And their best offensive lineman could be seriously injured on the play after. I guess it's hindsight. You could say after the fact all the time. Well, it's easy to say that, but that was a meaningless play. And Darisaw could be out for the year. He looks seriously hurt. You know, it's bad when his teammates are all on their one knee praying for him right now.
I think it's more just bad luck. It wasn't a fancy play. It was a run. Just a straight run here. They couldn't take knees. They did take 2 knees. They would have been a safety, right? That penalty that we talked about really hurts now, didn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
So they could have just taken a couple of knees.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they
could have taken a
were
couple
trying
of knees.
to get a
over
little
here.
breathing room. You're right. Try to get some breathing room.
I think it's unfortunate. The Godwin. I have no problem with them asking Bowles about, hey, why did you have Godwin in? No problem with asking. But once you answer the question, which is a fine answer, you move on. They were down 10 points. If Godwin caught that ball, by the way, theoretically, they needed a couple of yards, kick a field goal, and they could have tried a onside kick again with about 50 seconds left. So they weren't this was not a 24-31 point deficit here. It was 10. It was 2 scores here, and they had the ball. I had no issue with Godwin being in the game.
So 14-14. No, he's walking.
Sort of.
46 starts and 48 career games. The guy's been a mainstay on that line. He doesn't look good, though, I tell you that, the way he's walking off.
That looks bad.
Look at this, Quessenberry, not Quisenberry. Remember Quisenberry,
yeah,
baseball pitcher.
Maybe
Quessenberry,
was coming
but it was a little different.
Where's the submariner? Where's the submariner?
See, George, now they're taking knee.
Because now they got a couple of yards. They could do it. They couldn't do it the first because they needed at least 2 snaps. Right? So they couldn't just take 2 knees. They would have been a safety.
Yeah, I know.
That penalty really did screw them.
Yeah, I guess if you want to go back in time, you say that penalty didn't happen. He doesn't get hurt, but it is what it is. So what about your Dallas Cowboy game on Sunday night? I'm kind of, you know what, the numbers kind of light here, all things considering. As you know, the Niners just absolutely own the Dallas Cowboys. I guess and I'm almost surprised. I guess I should say I'm kind of surprised the Niners aren't bigger favorites because the media and the fans and bettors, George, give the Niners the benefit of the doubt more than any other team in football, right? They could be 4-8, bro, and people will talk about how good they are and how dangerous they are and if they were healthy and blah, 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 blah. But it looks like the market is starting to, get a little cold on them a little bit. Normally, it'd be bigger than 4-point favorites against the Cowboys.
Well, this is a game where who's playing, right? The Niners are beat up on offense. The Cowboys are beat up on defense. All right, well, Deebo Samuel, after pneumonia, is he coming back and playing? I think he will, if I had to guess, but we don't know for sure. And how can he play a full game? We don't know. Juwan Jennings, I think he will play once again, but he missed last week's game. We know there's no Brandon Ayuk. George Kittle has the ankle injury. Once again, I think he plays, but will he be at full strength there? So you go on and on with it. And the Cowboys find out today that Micah Parsons is probably not playing Sunday. He can't practice, and he can't pass. It looks like he won't play there. Deron Bland, the cornerback, also not likely to be back. We don't know if Eric Kendricks will be back. Remember, the Cowboys are missing 7 starters on defense, and I thought they would get back Parsons, Bland, and Kendricks this week. Maybe they get back Kendricks, but they're not going to get. Certainly, those are going to get anybody else back. So they'll still be down 6 starters. So it's hard to really trust the Cowboys. They are coming up a bye week, so that should help. They are, I guess, fully rested. Maybe they can fix some of their problems here. But do you trust that, Gabe? I mean, you already said it. San Fran has destroyed the Cowboys 3 straight years now, twice in the playoffs, once in the regular season last year. I don't know if I can see that changing. You have to trust that McCarthy fixed the problems here over the last 2 weeks. I don't know. I have my doubts.
What do you think of the Buffalo Bills and the Seattle Seahawks? It's hard to believe I'm going to be at that game because I'm in LA right now, but
What a weekend
I will
for you.
be, God willing. I know. So, we'll see if I make it, but I have the ticket already and I got a plane ticket. So the plan is to make it. I've already paid for everything. So the Buffalo Bills, 3-point road favorites. What's the word on Metcalf, George?
Out, that he's not going to play. They still list him as questionable, but apparently McDonald said yesterday that he'll miss Seattle's next two practices, so he's questionable to play here. I think he plays maybe, but not at full strength, more of a decoy.
Jaden Daniels is listed as week to week. All you need to know about that is the Bears being favorites.
For the record, we love sports gaming. Always have.
That's why we never dated in high school.
Enhance your life.
Get the winning edge.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Moritzi on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1963, Sandy Koufax is a unanimous winner of the Cy Young Award, going 25-5 with a 1.88 ERA.
Question is why. I don't know if cortisone is good for you or not, but to take a shot every other ball game is more than I wanted to do. And
despite his incredible success, Koufax retired at the age of 30 due to injury. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Think of it like this. You can either CYA
or you can CYO.
As in cover your eyes. Because if you don't CYO,
you're going to have to CYA with a wife.
Giving you the info you need to CYO. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, we're rolling live from Los Angeles. Countdown to first pitch is on. We're at the half, 14-14 at SoFi Stadium right now. George Kurtz with us for another segment. So let's get into the World Series. We're now less than 24 hours away finally from first pitch. All the hype, it's finally here. And I've been soaking up as much as I can about this. And Sarah Langs did a great piece, mind-boggling stats and facts about the historic Yankees-Dodgers World Series. And it really is insane, guys, because there's some people, and I don't really know who, George. I don't know. People want to complain about everything, but people, it's only the big market teams and blah, blah. This isn't good for baseball and all this other stuff. When in all actuality, it's a dream for baseball and all baseball fans. And if you're a baseball historian, you really can't top this. So from an MVP perspective, Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Judge, and Stanton. There are 5 players who have won MVPs in their careers. That's the most. If all 5 appear to be the most former MVPs to play in a World Series. 9 previous World Series before featured 4 MVPs. But how about this? You have to go all the way back to 1971. Boog Powell, Brooks Robinson, Frank Robinson, and Roberto Clemente. And that's not even mentioning, too, Clayton Kershaw, who will be in the Hall of Fame after. This will be the first World Series, George, between two players who each hit at least 50 home runs in the regular season, with Judge and Ohtani. The home run totals are enough to each lead. This will be the sixth World Series between each team's home run leader, and the first since 1956 with Mickey Mantle and Duke Snider, who, of course, was the Yankees. And the Dodgers. Should be noted, George, the Dodgers won in 1956. Just saying.
I did not see that.
Yeah, so there's all kinds, like I said, man. There's just it's unbelievable that you actually have. Here's another one. It's just former MVPs. We'll also have expected MVPs for this season, Judge and Ohtani, which is pretty crazy. The last time, actually, I'm seeing, was it the last time someone won the regular season MVP and the World Series MVP? Doesn't happen often. I'm looking like if ever. Here it is. There it is. I knew this, but I just want to confirm. You know who it is, George? Who won the MVP and the World Series MVP in the same year? Who was the last person to do it?
No idea.
Mike Schmidt.
Mike Schmidt. Wouldn't have come with Mike. He wouldn't have been the guy I would have named here. I actually was thinking Johnny Bench-off.
Mike Schmidt in 1980.
Good. I mean, I have a hard time believing it'll be Judge because he just hasn't hit in the postseason in his career. But Ohtani certainly has a good shot. And we did find out today that the Rodon will go Game 2, which is a little surprising to me. I thought they'd wait till Yankee Stadium for Game 3 here. But I guess the reason why is I think the Yankees are worried if they lose Game 1, they'd rather have their next best starter, who they think is Rodon, go Game 2 and not go down 2-0. And this way he goes Game 6 also. And Game 6 is pretty much an elimination game. Either you're going to get eliminated or you can eliminate them. So Rodon will go that game as well.
That's how the Dodgers are using Yamamoto, right? Because he needs the 5 days rest too. So they figured, you know what? Game 2 will be a massive game and Game 6 will be a massive game. And they could be, right? But Game 1 is huge. I think the big key for the Yankees is Garrett Cole. If Garrett Cole pitches lights out in both of his starts, you know what? You know, the Dodgers is going to put the Yankees in a very good position. I'm not so sure he will, George. And you know, a lot of people believe that the Yankees have the pitching advantage here in this series, the starting pitching advantage, which I actually don't believe so either. If you look at Yamamoto pitched against the Yankees once this year, George. What was it? 7 innings, shutout baseball. He was dominant against the Yankees. If you look at Soto's career batting average in his career, he's 3 for 18 combined against Flaherty and Buehler. Aaron Judge somehow has never faced Flaherty before. Stanton, for whatever reasons, never faced Flaherty before. I'm not. Yeah, you figured being in the American League.
He was in the National League with Miami. How does he never face Flaherty? That's weird.
I'm confident in I think the Dodgers starting pitching is fine. I think Walker Buehler will be fine. I really believe in Yamamoto. And I kind of think that Flaherty is a little bit of a wild card, but I bring this up because it's kind of what you said. I think the Dodgers are thinking, you know what? We got to pitch Flaherty anyway, so let's roll him out here as a wild card in Game 1. And worst case scenario is we lose, and we'll have Yamamoto go after, right? And then we'll have Yamamoto in Game 6. But I'm, hammered the Dodgers in this series. I bet Mookie Betts to win the MVP at plus 850. But I'm not going to lie. I did play one bet, and I don't hedge stuff. But I saw this, guys, and I don't know if you can get this bet in, everybody. But for the record, it was Bet365 that had this. And most books will have it. It's the Game 1 result and series. And I'm hammering the Dodgers in Game 1. And I figured, all right, then I see the odds. It's plus 400, George. It's plus 400 that the Yankees win Game 1 and lose the series. So that was my little hedge.
Game 1, lose the series.
Yeah, that was my hedge. So I got $1,000 on Game 1 on the Dodgers. But then
Greg,
I
think
also
you're
put
thinking there that Cole's going to be Cole. Cole has not been Cole. He's not that guy.
No, I don't think he is. This is my only little hedge because it cost me $200 to get $1,000 back. Like, for some reason, if the Dodgers lose game one, I still think they can win the series. I'm not going to panic, right? So then suddenly I got him at plus 400. So that was my only thinking, and I hammered the game. But I personally think Cole George, and in fact, I bet it already. I went under 4.5 strikeouts for Cole. So what are your props for the game here? Because we got to get chatting. What are your props?
Like I said, I saw bets on MVP too. It was only Max Muncy. I think Muncy's going to have a great series here. You know, I bet the Dodgers in 6 here. I have game 1 over. You're going to have a high-scoring game tomorrow because I don't think Cole's going to pitch all that great.
Thank you very much, George. Enjoy the game. Go Dodgers.
We'll find out tomorrow in 24 hours.
Damn Yankees.
You may not believe it, but it's possible to win too much. Quick, what's your youngest kid's name? See? You're safe. Keep it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
North Carolina State University researchers have discovered the secret of the fastest jumping backyard bug on Earth, the tiny globular springtail. It doesn't fly, bite, or sting, but with a tiny spring-loaded forked appendage under its abdomen to avoid predators, man, can it jump! Jumping 60 times its body length and spinning at 368 RPM, it can only be seen by high-speed cameras. This may be helping possible nightmare fuel research at Cornell. They're building swarms of autonomous AI-powered 3D printed quadruped insects powered by microscopic internal combustion engines. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
You're listening to where real winners go for actionable insights and expert perspectives on daily sporting events.
7 days a week.
It's not a secret or anything.
I mean, we have a promotion budget for Pete's sake.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Oh, yeah, let's roll. It's a Thursday night throwdown live from L.A., Sports Rage Game Day. It's a Thursday night game in Los Angeles right now at SoFi. It's turning into a flag fest. There's been almost every play there's a penalty, so it's 14-14. The game has really slowed down. It was a real track meet earlier. The total got up to like 57.5. The total is currently 50.5, so it's still on pace to go over the number, but it has slowed down significantly. And now the Rams have a penalty, making their drive harder than it needs to be. The Syracuse Orangemen finally break through. They're now losing 31-6 to the Pittsburgh Panthers, getting 24.5. We talked about that live dog cam, plus 30.5. I told you. Now they're 24.5. But yeah. I need over 62 in this game. It's only at 54.5. So I need Syracuse to score some more. I need some more points here. A couple of quick touchdowns will really help me out.
At least you got a good number. That's the whole thing, Gabe. I'm kind of gun shy. Like sometimes you follow those teams and go, wow, I'm getting excessive points, but Syracuse needed it. Nothing's easy. Take a look how long that drive took for them too. There's only like 5 minutes left in the third quarter too. What are we looking at? 5:25. So yeah, they got to get the ball back and do it again. That total, they're going to have to be pretty crisp and score on every time. And you know they're going to be going for two. So we'll see what happens there. The other game, I won with Old Dominion. I think that game, is that a final? Yeah, no, 47-13. That was the game that went over, Gabe. That total was really, really low with Old D.
There's
and
still
Georgia
10 minutes
Southern
left, too.
Yeah, they're at 60, 47-13, way over the total, and there's 10 minutes left of the game, as you said. So that's the game that's definitely gone over.
Yeah, my regret is that I didn't bet on Frostburg State. Sounds made up. Frostburg State. What is that? Like Charlie Brown, Santa Claus football team? Frostburg State, huh? Against Wheeling.
Alaska? Frostburg State versus Wheeling would be West Virginia.
You tell me.
Wheeling's in West Virginia.
You tell me what's Frostburg State's name?
The Snowflakes? I'm just joking.
Now you've upset them.
I have.
You know what? I'm getting a flashback, though, of me talking about this before. I'm like, who the hell are Frostburg again? And then it came up. Oh, no, Frostburg. They're the Frostburg, they're the Bobcats.
Oh.
Frostburg State Bobcats.
Yeah, Bobcats like the cold. They hang in the mountains.
And the university is a four-year institution in the University System of Maryland, west of the Baltimore-Washington in the state's Appalachian Highlands. Frostburg, Maryland. Frostburg, Maryland. Average cost to go there, $17,000 a year.
Good value.
Graduation rate, 53%.
That's pretty low. So what? Half of us get there. Half of us don't. Come to Frostburg State. You might get a degree.
Just by chance, I see their stats here, and it says acceptance rate 88%. So it sounds like Frostburg accepts everybody and nobody passes. You got to. Sounds like Frostburg's a party school can to me.
It sure does.
So you're accepting 88% of applicants, which is like it's hard to get into these just respected schools. They don't. You know what I mean? They accept like 18% or something. Like. So they went 88% acceptance rate, but then, so you're nice enough, think about this, they're nice enough to let 88% of these dumbass kids in, and only 53% of them repay them by actually graduating.
An excellent point. That basically means we're going to Frostburg State to get drunk and then we'll reevaluate. Yeah, chug, kegger. Yeah.
Well, let's see. I don't know. Maybe we're way off on this. Let's see. What's their? I want to see what's their. I want to see like what are they good at. Like what are they known for?
Beer pong.
I
have no idea.
Well, no, they've had a bunch of presidents.
Really? Come on.
All right, no, like former presidents. Right here, Edward R. Murdo. College of Business, liberal arts. All right, let's see, athletics, student life. Notable alumni. Here we go. All right. Quite a few people. Jim Riggleman, Major League Baseball manager. Jim Riggleman. He's a Frostburg State guy. I don't know. They should just play against Liberty. They could beat them like Kennesaw did. You believe that Kennesaw State? That's Kennesaw State's first ever win against an FBS opponent too. Like you want to embarrass yourself? That was a good job, Liberty. Seems like Cam's frozen in time.
Fall is here. It's getting cooler. Football and the World Series are coming in. Life is good. SportsGrid makes it better. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
Carver and Lisi.
If they lose this weekend to Tampa, tell you what, I don't want to hear Matthias the rest of the football season. They should smoke Tampa, right?
Falcons better roll that NFC South title. Roll.
I don't want to hear
that
it.
Division.
No, I don't want to hear about these dirty birds. They're the best team by default, not because of their play on the field.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific, on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Lehigh University scientists have discovered that Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise, in addition to being a delicious sandwich topping, may hold the key to unlocking the secrets of nuclear fusion. Fusion on Earth means superheating hydrogen isotopes to millions of degrees centigrade, hotter than the core of the sun, which turns it into plasma, a soup of positive nuclei and free electrons. Hydraulically whipping a giant vat of Hellmann's mayonnaise turns it into a material that simulates exactly the physical and elastic properties of hot plasma at low temperatures without any of the bad side effects. And later makes for a delicious lunch. Follow me at G Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
These days, it's hard to find something you can invest in. Crypto? That's not where we're going with this, Sporto. The most valuable commodity is information. That's where we come in. We're your trusted source for gaming, odds, and more. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Let's roll. This is Sports Rage. I am Morency, the Pistol Players, the Hustlers, the people who busted, but everybody else in between. We've lost Cam Stewart, but we'll get Cam back in a couple of moments. Big Card Julio will join us later. We have a former Las Vegas Super Hilton contest winner with us in the house tonight. Chip Chirimbus is going to step up and join us as well. He's on the radar. Our boy Matthias went big tonight and on this football game. And let me ask you, Matthias, what possessed you? I don't know what your unit, I don't know like what the amount you bet generally on games that you like, right? So I don't know if this is normal for you to put a nickel down on a game, but why would you be, what were you, anti-Ram? Why were you so anti-Ram tonight? And put this large bet
because
down?
I thought the Vikings would rebound big after the loss to the Detroit Lions on a short week. I thought they'd come in hungry. I don't think the Rams are a great football team, but you know what? This offense is alive right now, especially in the first half with Puka Nacua coming back. I would not have made the bet if I knew that Nacua was coming back. That's what I get for pulling the trigger too early, Gabe. So, I knew I was in for some sort of trouble when I saw Nacua coming back. That's for damn sure. But again, I was banking in on this defense, Gabe, specifically. That's why I like this Minnesota defense. I think they've been making plays all season long. They've been turning the ball over. And I definitely thought they'd actually get to Stafford. They didn't do it in the first half, but here they go, getting a big interception to start the second half. And now Minnesota's driving down the field. I wanted them to make some plays on defense, and I'm expecting this, Gabe. So I still think the Minnesota Vikings win this game. That's all we need is to win, Gabe. Not to cover, just to win.
This is a big possession for them, and that was a big conversion for them right there to Jefferson. And Darnold's been under pressure. The Rams have done a nice job getting to Darnold, pressuring Darnold, rattling Darnold a little bit. But it looked like they were going to potentially sack him there. He just sort of stepped up into the pocket and got it to Jefferson for a big pop. So they are suddenly in field goal range. Well, whatever. They're to like the 30-yard line and moving the ball right now. So we're going to find out what happened to Cam. Cam's been having some issues. Everybody's had issues. Tonight, except me, ironically enough. And that's not a catch. I'm seeing this live for the first time, and Chip Chirimbus will join us in a couple of minutes on the other side. Look at Darnold saying, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Let's see. All right. Boom, boom. That happened pretty fast. Wow. They got the playoff after, huh?
It's a catch. It's a catch. It's a great catch.
Dude, hold on. Yeah. Dude, normally they take 12, they take 12 minutes and look at every play and to make sure that a simple catch is a catch. I've seen less being called not. No one knows what the hell. put it this way. I'm not even going to argue it's not a catch. My gut instinct when I saw it was, he was bobbling it too much. My deal is, anytime you see the quarterback, I've never seen Sam Darnold run so fast. Last time Sam Darnold run so fast, he was leaving MetLife Stadium and Jet fans were coming at him and booing him. He knew he was running up the field to get the playoff. I don't know, I guess, the footwork was there. If I was in charge of the rules, I would say it was a catch. But I'm just stating that they screw everybody and you don't know what the hell a catch is anymore. And I'm surprised that nobody wanted to take a quicker look at that. But suddenly the Vikings are knocking on the door right now, 3rd and goal. And the point spread, of course, was 3, 2.5, depending on when you bet it. So we had George Kurtz on earlier, and I'm getting fired up for the World Series. We'll share some of our World Series bets a little bit later on. We'll share all of them, actually, because it's our last call for Raja Hall before tomorrow night's game that we will be at, incidentally. And anytime there's a stop on, second down, third, anytime there's a stop in the NFL now, you always have to, wait and look. Is there a flag? Oh, is there going to be a flag on the play? And there wasn't a flag on the play. So this is it was sort of good for both teams. In a way, if you're the Vikings, you get the lead here. But if you're a Ram backer, such as myself at +3, they're still in this right now. They're going to need to put some points up on the board. They haven't done anything
I'm so
in a long
salty
time
right now. This makes me salty. That makes me salty right there, Gabe.
Well, I thought you'd be crying if they missed a field goal or something. At least they made the field goal. If they missed the field goal, these pretzels are making me thirsty.
Oh, Gabe, to run the ball again with Aaron Jones, it's like throw the ball back to Jefferson, man. He just got you down there. Throw it back to him. It's that they go back to Jones 2 times. I love Jones, but my God, man, give it to Jefferson. Gabe, I got a knot in my stomach, Gabe. I have a bad feeling about this game now, Gabe. I was expecting 7, not 3.
Yeah, our boy Matthias. Matthias going hard on Skol tonight for whatever reason. You'd think it's like an Argentina soccer game tonight. So the Vikings are now, it's where it started basically, -2.5, although it is -140. The total is 47.5 in the game. The money line is -170. College football, it's all but a wrap right now for the Syracuse Orangemen. 31-6. Pittsburgh Panthers. I got to tell you, too, we've liked this Pitt team. I was one of the few people who have been talking about them all year. And, earlier in the year, we were betting their totals, but I fell for the Syracuse hype. And three consecutive road games, just too much of an ask here. Who expects Kyle McCord to throw 3 picks and a bunch of pick sixes in the first quarter and the first half of the football game, and it just buried them? But tip your cap to the Pittsburgh Panthers for their performance tonight. Old Dominion are smashing Georgia Southern. And, of course, it's 17-14 right now at SoFi Stadium. All right, so Chip Chirimba is going to join us on the other side. We'll see what Chip is looking at, and we'll see if he's got any thoughts on the World Series. As I stated, I had to get all my plays in because we're going to be at the game tomorrow night. And we did play Garrett Cole under 4.5 strikeouts. Garrett Cole has started 3 playoff games. He hasn't had more than 4 strikeouts in any of his playoff starts this year. His control isn't what it once was. His velocity is down a little bit. The Yankees and the Dodgers are both the premier teams. The Dodgers have a great eye. You know what I mean? The Dodgers work you. The Dodgers don't swing at bad pitches. The Dodgers don't, strike out that much. The Dodgers' hard hit rate is 38%, man. They smoke the ball. So I don't think they're going to strike out 5 times. I'm kind of leaning towards that Cole gets hit a little bit more than Flaherty does. We saw Flaherty the first time out against the Mets was lethal, and they were lost, right? He threw, he gave up 1 hit in 6 innings, 6 in the third, whatever it was. Flared, but the second time they saw him, 5 days later, they were dialed in. He didn't have the velocity. He lost, Flaherty's last 3 starts, he's gone down 2 miles an hour each start. So I think this long layoff is going to help Flaherty, actually. And Flaherty is basically a strikeout pitcher, right? He's going to go right after these guys. So I do actually think Flaherty is going to go over 5.5 strikeouts, but I like Garrett Cole under the 4.5 strikeouts. And we talked about a prop and sort of series doubles that we talked about. Listen, we picked the Dodgers to beat the Mets in 6 at plus 350. We cashed it. I think the Dodgers are going to beat the Yankees in 6. But we saw the prop of the Yankees to win game 1, but to lose the series at plus 400. And I've already bet on game 1 with the Dodgers, but you guys know me. I don't do hedge. Hedging is for gardeners and Edward Scissorhands, and I'm not a fan of that movie. Too strange, right? So I don't do it. But if the Yankees win by chance, let's say the Yankees win game 1, which they could, right? The Yankees win game 1. Suddenly you're getting the Dodgers at plus 400. All right, I think it's a pretty nice angle as someone that already has the Dodgers to win the series too. We'll get Chip's thoughts on the other side and a former Super Contest winner. See what he thinks about a tricky card this week in the NFL.
There are two kinds of people in the world. Those that listen to Sports Grid and those that blame their losses on zodiac signs. Get the winning edge. This is the Sports Grid Radio Network. Sports Rage tonight.
His first start in Major League Baseball, he threw a shutout complete game. He threw 8 consecutive complete games. People go crazy. Oh, Paul Skeens. Oh, Paul Skeens is so amazing. Paul Skeens can't pitch more than 5 innings. Fernando Valenzuela pitched 8 consecutive games, bro. He won the Cy Young and the Rookie of the Year. By the way, he won the World Series.
It's Sports Rage tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the Sports Grid Radio Network. The new Sports Grid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the Sports Grid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the Sports Grid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on Sports Grid. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channel dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find Sports Grid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on Sports Grid. Getting the winning edge is dead simple. There's no fees, forms, pre-enrollment tests, classes, dress codes, or background checks. All you gotta do is listen. And you're already doing that. See? Simple. Get the winning edge. This is the Sports Grid Radio Network.
All right, before the game, Cam said, and Cam's in like internet purgatory right now. He's stuck in cyberspace. Chip Chirimbis too. I don't know. They're like clashing. And it's like Star Trek or something. There's like a battle behind the scenes of they both tried to log in or out at the same time, and we'll see. Cam should be back momentarily. I'm not sure about Chip, but. I want to get Cam's reaction, actually, because Cam, before the show started, talked about loving Atwell so much, if you remember, Matthias. He was like, I'm big on Atwell tonight. And I said, I'm not. And I didn't mean it as an insult against him. I just said, all right, good. I wish you luck with the Atwell picks. But Atwell just came very close to, like, hauling in a bomb for a touchdown. But close doesn't win bets. It's heartbreaking. But... Close doesn't win bets. Very close, though. So 17-14 game. Cooper Kupp in the first half had 3 catches for 15 yards. In the second half, absolutely nothing. The Vikings defense has really done a much better job in the second half, tightening up and clogging, just sort of jamming up the lanes that the Rams wide receivers were finding earlier. But with that being stated, Puka Nacua with the big play. And Rams moving the ball right now. Matthias has gone silent. We got Cam back, who I don't know if he just saw the close Atwell near touchdown that probably would have made him some money. We were like, oh, Atwell. And I was like, oh, Cam said Atwell.
I feel bad for Cam.
It didn't haul it in. What's up, Cam? We got Cam's audio back now.
Trying to get in here.
There you go.
I'm lost in space. Atwell's dropping balls in the end zone. I'm getting angry.
He got bounced by Chip Chirimbus, and now
what's this guy doing?
Chip Chirimbus showed up like 40 minutes early, bro.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean?
It's not my fault. People got to understand when people call in, I'm the guy that gets knocked off. I'm calling back. I get knocked off. I feel like I'm getting punched. Bam, bam, bam. And I'm trying, and I'm like, what's going on here? Anyway, that would have been really nice with Atwell. That would have softened the blow. Now I'm angrier. But nice to see you, Gabe. How are you doing? That would have been great.
Well, I'll be doing better if we'll see what the Rams do on this drive. Yeah. Down by 3. They're in field goal range right now, so they could potentially tie it, but I'd like to see them take the lead here in the touchdown, and they do. Robinson. But there's a flag. There's always a flag. There's always a flag. Always a flag. I don't know. Matt Stafford's still celebrating. He's been around long enough, so I'll believe him.
Has.
All right, touchdown. L.A. Rams. Pass interference declined. Matthew Stafford.
He's got 18 yards, though, Gabe. All I need now is literally 14. That would have been, you're right, though. I would have hit it all. It would have been touchdown plus 450 yards over. Man, that would have been nice. Damn it.
Yeah, they're not throwing it to him the rest of the game. Now they got the lead.
I'm quite aware. Yeah, I know that was my chance. That's the way
that was the one sort of shot. They were like, all right, let's take a shot. They don't think we're going to go to Atwell. We'll go to Atwell here. They took the shot, but this is big for just the point spread here in the 3. Because now Minnesota scores. They need the touchdown to score the touchdown. They'll only be up by 3, and at least we're playing for the push at worst because I got the Rams plus 3 plus the teaser. Teaser's in play. We're not there yet, but we're pretty close. We got to get over 41. We're at 38 right now. This game is going kind of exactly the way I thought it was going to go. Close with the Rams sort of pulling this thing out. And as I stated earlier, Sean McVay, he doesn't really, I'm not going to say he doesn't care. He wants to win. I'm not going to say he doesn't care about the record, but you see McVay just on the sideline there, how happy he was with Stafford when Stafford came off the field. McVay, is one of these dudes. A lot of coaches are pretty miserable people. Mm-hmm. Right. And it's like almost being a president or something. It wears you out being a head coach in the NFL. Everybody's ripping you all the time. You got pressure on the owners. There's a lot of money at stake in your life, your own personal life. You don't want to get fired and give up this $8 million a year job. And there's so much stress on these guys all the time that they become sort of either jerks or they don't enjoy it. And it's such a job to them. McVay was offered $20 million a year to do TV. He turned it down. And he said, you know what? I'm going to stay. And just because it doesn't feel right to leave yet. And he just loves it so much. And yeah, he won the Super Bowl and stuff. But when he had Baker Mayfield for that night, he was as happy as he's ever been on the sideline. And that's kind of one of the reasons why I bet on the Rams. I follow the Rams closely and Rams media, etc. And like I said, the spirit and morale of the Rams is good. Even with them wanting to trade people, the Rams have the faces of the Rams are older, right? You see Cooper Kupp and you see, you know what I mean? You see Matt Stafford and it feels like they're an older team, but they're really not. Aaron Donald is gone. They have the dude that's doing it on Prime now. He's gone. The lineman's gone. They have all these older players that are retired and gone. Odell Beckham, etc. They have a lot of young players, this team. They're just sort of competing and building for the future. Sean McVay doesn't think, oh, yeah, we're going to win the Super Bowl this year, but they do play well. You know what I mean? They're a tough out, but like I said, don't be surprised to trade people down the road.
No, I agree.
Because they want to get rid of these contracts.
Of course they do. And you're right. This is a team that's they almost feel like they're playing with house money right now because they weren't, supposed to be great, but they're playing good and they have really good players. Nakua's a great player. Kupp's hurt all the time, but he's great. Stafford is amazing for his age. They have two rookies on the line there playing great football right now. So I look at the Rams and it's like, Gabe, I look at this division and go, can the Rams beat Seattle? Yes. Can they beat the Niners?
I wouldn't get too. Cam's gonna go. He got sacked. He got.
Cam's about to be the angry emotion from that movie, Inside Out. He's Mr. Furious.
Yeah, I'm almost speechless myself, to be honest. At this point, I'm almost speechless myself at this point. We'd have to get Carl on line 3. Did somebody get Carl on the line?
Look, we're not saying the other sports gaming stations aren't strong, but we're pretty sure they all have lace on their underwear. Don't screw around. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1963, Sandy Koufax is a unanimous winner of the Cy Young Award, going 25-5 with a 1.88 ERA.
The question is why. I don't know if cortisone is good for you or not. But to take a shot every other ball game is more than I wanted to do. And
despite his incredible success, Koufax retired at the age of 30 due to injury. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Carver and Lisi.
You know what kills me? I put it out, I get everybody gassed up, right? I put money on it, obviously, out of no sweat, man. I got guys that tailed me, right? And then all of a sudden, I get the abuse. Oh, this guy's riding the pine. I can't put him in. I figured it was your burner account. You and Mama Tops. You're aging.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Get sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Everything you need to get the winning edge.
Right here.
All the time.
No wonder the wife says you never listen to her.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, let's roll. The Thursday Night Throwdown live from Los Angeles continues. As we are doing this hotel style tonight. I run the football games in LA, but we're going to be at the baseball game live tomorrow night. And I think I got to leave as soon as the show ends. You know, I was thinking about this. They were talking. I was in an Uber today. And we're seeing it all over the news, and that they said it's going to be the biggest traffic day in the history of LA tomorrow. And when they say that, I thought that's pretty much like the devil telling you that it's going to be the hottest day in hell ever. Because I'm thinking every day is already traffic hell. And if they're telling you, yeah, listen, this is going to be the worst day in the history of LA, I'm thinking, oh my God, what am I getting myself into? Games at 5 o'clock. I think, all kidding aside, I'm in Glendale. I'm going to leave at like 2 o'clock. And I plan on it taking me like an hour or so for something that would be about 13 minutes, right? So we'll see how it plays out. But let's bring in Chip Chirimbus right now, and a Hilton contest winner. A man who's been around long enough that he was playing a contest when it was the Hilton. Hard to keep up, man. The Hilton, the H, the Westgate, Siegel Suites. I'm surprised not Siegel Suites in between and everything else. But Chip, good to see you. Thanks for joining us tonight. How you doing?
Thanks for having me. I'm doing really well. It's we're really hitting our stride in the football season right now, and kind of excited about the big games we have just about every weekend. And like you touched upon, Yankees-Dodgers World Series starting Friday. What could be better than that? And, you know, Gabe, maybe the 1984 Olympics might have had some competition with this L.A. Parking lot that you've been talking about.
Yeah, with the traffic. But you know what's crazy, though? Because you got Rutgers playing tomorrow night. You got Rutgers at USC, so there's a USC Trojan game. The Lakers are playing the Suns at the Crypt.
Right.
Dodger Stadium is banging. There's the high school like game of the year is at SoFi Stadium, and Pink Floyd are playing at the Intuit Dome. Like there's like,
it's great
or Dave Gilmour and Pink Floyd.
It really is. it's great for the city because there's so much energy floating around when that's happening.
But isn't it great for sports bettors at this time of the year too?
Oh,
like
yeah.
with all these
Oh,
games, like you got college football, you got baseball, you got NFL. But before we get to the football, so an epic World Series. We've been waiting 43 years. People baseball historian. Everyone wants to see the Dodgers and Yankees play again. We finally get it, and they're very evenly matched teams, and the numbers reflected of it. The Dodgers minus 125 favorites in the series. So what are your thoughts on the series?
I'm really liking the exciting matchup we have. You've got Ohtani, who's got obvious MVP in the National League, and you have Aaron Judge, who's going to runaway winner in the American League. And these two big superstars are going to clash. And, they're both bigger than life. I mean, if you've been in the stadium and you've seen Aaron Judge, he's just huge. He's 6'6", and Ohtani is a very formidable character. I mean, he is big as well, particularly from an Asian, someone from Japan. Usually that culture is a little bit smaller and shorter all the way around, and he's just a monster.
Yeah, that's what freaks people out when they see Ohtani for the first time in person. They don't realize it's like 6'5". Right? It looks like he's built like a tight end. That's why he smokes the ball. Him and Judge. Yeah, it doesn't get any better. So what's your pick? Who do you think is going to win the series?
Well, I'm a New Yorker and I'm rooting for the Yankees. I see that they made LA a very small favorite on the series, and the first game is virtually a pick'em. I'm gonna say the Yankees here because I'm playing with my heart here. We've had a great baseball season, and this is just the close right now. So I'm kind of excited about it. To tell you the truth, Yankees Dodgers, haven't seen that in a long time, and I've seen most of them at least since 1955-56. Believe it or not.
Yeah, and that's what a great history, right? Finally, and then they played in as you stated through the late 40s into the 50s, then 63. Right. 63 in LA, 77, 78 with Reggie Jackson and company, and then 81. It almost seemed like it was just a ritual and hasn't happened in so long. So let me ask you, though. 43 years.
Excuse me, Gabe. I didn't mean to step on you. I said it's hard for me to believe it's been so long that these two teams haven't met together in the World Series. I mean, really, it's been a long time.
Oh, no apologies necessary. Like we have a little bit of a delay, small sort of delay too tonight. So you said, all right, you grew up New York Yankees. If you just been betting against the New York football teams over the years, let's say post, all right, there's been a few Super Bowls mixed in with Eli Manning there. But I know I did the show out of the Meadowlands racetrack for a couple of years. And right. I don't know, I think out of a combined 24 or 32 home games between the two of them, I think that they might have won 3 of them. The New York football team's just an absolute train wreck. But the Giants are good road dogs, Chip. So are the Giants a live dog this week against Pittsburgh?
Tell you the truth, I think they might be, and you're right about them playing at home. I've been a season ticket holder for years, and it was just dreadful to have to go watch them play. Of course, Parcells came in, and he changed the culture for a short period of time, but between the Jets and the Giants, there really is no real football going on in New York. I mean, look at the Aaron Judge fiasco. They traded for him 2 years ago, and he's only won 2 games. So, and New York football right now, I must say that I am not a homer. I'm not prejudiced. I don't have any problem playing against either of these teams. And though I'd like to see the Jets go down more often than the Giants.
You know what's crazy? Jets were actually 4-3 after 7 weeks with Zach Wilson last year. Just saying. For all the people that said they were just a quarterback away. All right, more with Chip on the other side. This is SportsGrid Game Day.
Think about it. We give you sports gaming strategies and information at your fingertips whenever you want it. Is this a great country or what? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts. With politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes, hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
North Carolina State University researchers have discovered the secret of the fastest jumping backyard bug on Earth, the tiny globular springtail. It doesn't fly, bite, or sting, but with a tiny spring-loaded forked appendage under its abdomen to avoid predators, man, can it jump! Jumping 60 times its body length and spinning at 368 RPM, it can only be seen by high-speed cameras. This may be helping possible nightmare fuel research at Cornell. They're building swarms of autonomous AI-powered 3D printed quadruped insects powered by microscopic internal combustion engines. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
You want to be an expert on sports gaming and take the winning edge with you? There's an app for that. Download the SportsGrid mobile app for gaming strategies and information wherever you go. Aren't you sick of Candy Crush yet? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, well, we're watching this football, and while we're watching our money get burnt alive here by the Syracuse Orangemen offense, 41-6. Listen, Pittsburgh did their part for the total tonight. You know what I mean? They gave us 41 points. Syracuse, the only touchdown passes that McCord were throwing to tonight were to the Pittsburgh Panthers, but while all this was going on, Klay Thompson sets a Dallas Mavericks record with 6 threes in his debut. I'm surprised that no Maverick has ever hit more than 6 threes in their debut, considering all this team does is shoot threes. But you figure like over the years. But I'm just saying. So, no, good for him, though. 22 points, 7 of 13, 7 rebounds, and 3 steals. And Chip Chirimbus with us. And Chip, like, good for Klay Thompson, somebody that's, sort of been kicked when he's down. And talking about a Hall of Famer here, bro. And then people just turn on him right away after a couple of bad games.
Absolutely. I'm in his corner. He's shown a lot of grit by remaining in the league after the injuries he's gone through. And, if it wasn't for Stephen Curry, I would say that this guy's the best pure shooter I've seen from distance anyway. But Curry, I can't put anyone near him. He's just in a class by himself. But Klay Thompson, I'm really happy for him because, to be injured and be sidelined and not be a part of it at all has got to be very, very disheartening. So he's back. He's with the new club, and he's refreshed. I guess 6. You said he made 6, right? And I'm surprised, like you, that's the Dallas record. But the 3-point shot really hasn't come into vogue until the last decade. So the record hasn't had a big chance to establish itself over time.
How about the Celtics the other night? 61 3-point shots taken.
Yeah.
That'd be like a month. Do you bet? I know, obviously, you've won the Hilton the contest, so you're betting on football. But what about the NBA? Do you like the modern NBA from a betting perspective? And what about betting early in the season on the NBA? What's your take on it?
Right. I pretty much stay the same with it, and it hasn't changed all that much for me because I'm looking for anomalies in the line and trying to evaluate as to why it is there. I'm more of a line reader. I know how much talent is on each club. Most people do. And most people know which club is better than the other club. But there's other, nuances and factors to go into it. But I do NBA basketball from the first day. We had a big winner with the Lakers the first night. And last night we had the Clippers. So, each and every day I'm looking to play the A play, which is the single strongest play on the board. And that's what I look to post. But for the most part, I'll give 3 games in a day. And with one of them is my lead, of course, and I call that my megabucks on my A play. And we've done very well. I've won a college basketball contest out here at the Stardust when it existed. And, so it's pretty much the same philosophy that I'm looking at. There's certain factors. You look for the team that everyone has already quit on. And, there might be 5 teams in the NFL right now that we consider absolutely unbettable. I mean, just look at some of these atrocious scores we've seen out of Carolina, out of Tennessee, out of New Orleans, out of Miami when they didn't have a quarterback. And, it's just going on. There's 5, 6, 10. Cleveland and Cincinnati early in the year. And these teams, it's a long season. We understand that. But some of these teams, I don't know if they can recover. New England, can they? Is Maine going to be the difference? They got a new quarterback starting in there. And all 6 of those teams, or 7 of those teams I mentioned, have quarterback issues. And this is a quarterback-driven league. And if you notice that the totals over the years, because I've been doing this a long time, the totals right now are 8 to 10 points higher than they were 2 decades ago.
So what do you think about the number? And I get where you're going with that about playing the number and the nuances about the. It's like Steve Wynn said. Said a slot machine is a slot machine, right? People come to my property because I have a nicer carpet, right? And prettier girls. Said a slot machine is a slot machine. But so how about what do you make of the Chicago Bears? And it's almost telling. I don't think Jaden Daniels is going to play, right? And then you got the similar. You got the similar number 2 with 2.5 chip with the Atlanta Falcons against the Buccaneers, who have lost a running back in Irving, and also, Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. And we saw just, the impact it had when just Evans wasn't there suddenly on the offense. What do you, are 2.5 traps? What do you make of those games?
Well, when I look at that and I think of the injuries, I don't think that I know more than the bookmaker or the man who's setting the line. And I hope that he's not trying to sucker me or induce me into one side or another. And, it happens, of course, right? But so a lot of times when you hear there's an injury or there's something going on, you should understand that it's already been compensated. It's already been put into the line. It isn't a secret, and they know. They know before you do. They know more.
Great example, Chip. Sorry. Great example is tonight. I've heard people throughout the week, well, I've heard the Rams might want to trade Cooper Kupp, and there could be stuff going on in the room. The Cooper Kupp hasn't even been playing this year. The guys in the room don't care about Cooper Kupp. They're not thinking about, Cooper might get traded. We're not going to try as hard, right? But I'm with you. So do you like to fade public narratives, media narrative?
For the most part, I do. But there's other factors now because there's so much money from the wise guys and sharp people that sometimes it changes everything. And the money's maybe heavy from big players, and it's just nickel and dime with the smaller players. But I'd like to mention something about that Washington-Chicago Bear game you had mentioned to me. It's a sin that Daniels might be out, because this would have been so exciting to see Caleb Williams coming from USC as a Heisman Trophy winner. LSU bringing out Jaden Daniels, and these 2 guys are very exciting, and it sort of takes a little luster off the game. Washington opened a 1.5 when they thought he was going to play, and now the Bears are already up to 2.5, maybe even 3 by game time, because most likely Daniels is not going to be there, and Marcus Mariota is going to be his replacement. 18 for 23 last week for 201 yards, so he's capable, that's for sure.
It looks like, too, remember Washington – right away, the media turns, look how much better Jaden Daniels is than Caleb Williams. And, like you said earlier, Chip, it's a long season. And Washington, right, there's going to be regression. They're not scoring 32 points a game every week. It's just not the way it's going to work for them. And the Bears actually seem to be just sort of chipping away, climbing the ladder a little bit, getting a little bit better every week, in my opinion.
Yeah, Williams has been a great shot in the arm to them, but they still struggle offensively. They don't run the ball well at all. And, the games that they've won, Williams has been spectacular, throwing for over 300 yards and very efficient for a rookie. I mean, some of them just don't ever get it. Some of them, it takes them time to grow into the position and to adjust to it. But it looks like these 2 guys really have a grasp on it. And I don't think they're just flash in the pans here. I think they're both going to make it. And I'm looking forward to seeing their battles down the years. I mean, we saw it with Manning and Brady, and we saw it with Rivers and Manning. And there were all kinds of matchups through the years. And these 2 maybe, along with our guy Burrow from Cincinnati, it looks really bright in the NFL as far as quarterbacks.
I actually like Cincinnati this week against Philadelphia. Before we get you out of here, I'm going to ask you, where can people find you online? And is there a game that you like this week in the NFL that we haven't gotten to that catches your eye?
Well, not so much the NFL because I'm waiting for things to develop. And like I said, there's been so many injuries. And this week in the NFL, I don't know particularly why, the matchups just don't seem to come at me. Monday night, I think the Giants have a shot. against the Steelers. We had mentioned that. But there's an anomaly out there in college football right now where we have an undefeated team ranked, and everyone's baby right now is BYU, and they go to Central Florida, who's 3-4 on the year, and Central Florida is the favorite now. They've been bet to the favorite. BYU was open, but the sharp money and the strong money came on Central Florida, and I happen to think they're right. If you check the stats of all these games, the Cougars have been very, very fortunate to get by in a number of these games here, and just the opposite. The Central Florida team is one of the top offensive teams in the nation. Though they've only won 3 games, Gabe, they're averaging 480 yards offensively combined, over 100 more than BYU is. So I think that this is a game where the bookmaker and the sharp people are letting you know that an undefeated team, a ranked team, who's underdog to a team that's not even 500, I think that line is a bit of an anomaly, and I think that the Cougars may be in trouble.
And we'll hear the classic after the announcement. Big upset when the team was favored, right?
Yeah.
Because the team higher in the polls. Yeah, big upset in this game. Or a real shocker. Chip, where can people find you online quickly on the way out here?
Thank you. I'm at chipwins.com, and I post one game a day, and then you can get a number and contact me directly. Otherwise,
chipwins.com.
We'll never stop giving you sports gaming strategies and information whenever you want it.
We're kind of nutty about it, actually.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
Sports Rage tonight.
If Yamamoto pitches 2 gems, and don't forget, he was awesome in his last start. If he pitches 2 gems in the World Series, win both his starts, and he strikes out a ton, he looks really good in both of them, he could win the MVP at 125-1. But the only problem is there's so many good offensive players on the Dodgers. One of them is going to go off probably and have a great series, right?
It's Sports Rage tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern. And Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi. Then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
You've got enough going on in your life without having to drown in stats, averages, probabilities, and injury reports.
That's our job. Your job is to just sit there and listen.
Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
It's getting frustrating because Syracuse are doing just enough late to make it close to the total, but not good enough. So it's 41-13 right now with a little under 4 minutes remaining. 41-13, but we got a 62. So we're at 54. We need them to score a touchdown and successfully get the 2-point conversion to get a push in this game, which, man, Cuse really just got lit up tonight. So 41-13 for the Pittsburgh Panthers, and the Los Angeles Rams have taken control of this football game now. And the game is, actually, you know what? It was 48. I bet it this morning before I got on a plane. It was 48, but I saw it close at 47.5, actually. So it has gone over or pushed, depending on when and where you bet it. But we're at 48 right now. In-game total is now 53.5. to the over, which I'm a big over better. I'm not really sure where that's coming from. Like, they're at 48 right now, 53.5. They're assuming, if you think, oh, now they just made it 54.5, you're assuming that the Minnesota Vikings are going to tie this game because, the Rams aren't looking to score another touchdown. So it's like you're expecting Minnesota to come back and tie the game. Minnesota are at +6.5 right now. But as far as the Rams are concerned and the +3, we're in a very nice spot, Cam. Rams +3.
Other than the Atwall stuff, it's been pretty good if we can end this now. And that teaser, I do both a lot of the time when I think the game is going to be kind of what I thought the final score might be like 27-24 Rams, something along those lines. So I decided to go over and under. And you're right, depending on when you got it, either 54.5 or 55. So I have Rams +10, under 54.5. You have 55. I really wish I had that because if they do score, it's going to come down to a 2-point conversion and the +10 and over, which is already, it's there. So hopefully the Rams can stop these guys. And if the Vikings score, I need them not to get the 2-point conversion.
For me, it was tough because I didn't want to leave the Rams on the table. I talked about it earlier in the week, guys, and it's not over yet, but it looks like another Eastern or Central Division time zone team are about to like kiss death on the West Coast on a short week. So I didn't want to leave it to waste. So I made it one of my contest picks because I was like, I can't leave this Thursday winner on the table. So I had to step up and in. And now, though, the Atlanta Falcons have already upset me a couple of times this year. They've upset me for like monetarily, money purposes earlier in the year. And I think I did take them in a contest once, and they also cost me. So this is it. Like, I don't even know why I have this, I have confidence in it, especially as someone, we were just sitting here the other night bigging up Baker Mayfield, and then the wheels, as soon as we said how good he was, he started to suck. But they lost Mike Evans and they lost Chris Godwin. Atlanta coming off a horrible performance last week against Seattle. It's almost in the NFL, now's the time to bet them. Right? And we talk about it with Arizona, right? Arizona are a good team to bet off a bad spot. And then, coincidentally, guys, Arizona haven't won consecutive games since like 2021. Like Kyler Murray hasn't won consecutive games. So as good as they look, they're not good as look. They win the other night. There's a lot of these trends that just sort of repeat itself. And to me, we just saw the Falcons beat the Bucs a couple of weeks ago. I think it might be one of these deals where they have the Buccaneers number. But I can't see how it's hard to want to bet the Buccaneers in it. Like, if the Falcons lose this spot, it's a gutless loss. And Matthias, you're the Falcon fan, so you can feel free to jump in, but they need to win this game. No, you just got your ass handed to you on your home field. Now this is a division game. So it's even, and you can crush Tampa by getting the season sweep over them. It's a massive game, and they don't have Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Bucky Irving. How the hell do you got to win this game? You got to win.
It would be a massive disappointment if the Falcons lost the game on Sunday. If they lose, it would, like you said, it would be a gutless performance. That's what it would take, obviously. The Falcons don't have a pass rush. That's the one thing that scares me. It's like, as long as there's not a pass rush, Baker Mayfield's going to be able to make Jalen McMillan look like a superstar. The third-round pick.
The Rams pass rush just murdered Sam Darnold.
Perfect.
It's almost a game, Gabe.
Going down
it's
here.
Okay. It's
sorry, buddy. I know it's a big unit played tonight, but me and Gabe are on the Rams. So what can you do? We got to worry about our finances. This guy's in California paying $1,300 for a ticket. So you know what? We got our own problems to deal with, my friend. But I'll tell you this, Gabe. This is the type of game that the Falcons will screw up. But I'm with you. I lean with them this week. And if you can't beat the Bucs now, like, what are you going to do? Like, this is the whole thing. Like, you came back in that game. We were on the air on the Monday Nighter. They came back, won that game in overtime. Like, if you can't beat these guys with all those guys out, you got a big problem, like a massive problem. But I lean Frank Falcon as well, Gabe.
It's a week-to-week league.
It is.
Right? It's a week-to-week league in the NFL. And just because a team wasn't good last week doesn't mean they're not going to be count on it. People don't actually look at this enough. But teams do not win. It's very rare that teams are going to win and cover 2 weeks in a row.
Agreed.
Like it really is. Like, I mean, teams can win. You look at a team. All right, they've won 5 games in a row, but they've only covered 2 of them or whatnot or something. It's rare that like they're going to rack it up. That's what makes the Chiefs so good. I mean, the Chiefs are still doing it, but like I said, like Kyler Murray about consecutive games, you would figure no way. Like they even were in the damn playoffs.
What do you think about that Chiefs game this week?
It's been 3 years. It's been 3 years that Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals have not won consecutive games. It's impossible almost. Figured not once. No, and look at this year. They beat the San Francisco 49ers. And what happened the week after that, Cam? They played the Green Bay Packers.
Got smoked.
They lost 34-13. When they played they won earlier in the year against the Rams. And then, like you said, though, it's true. I think the score was a little flattering to them, but they lost to the Lions after they won the Ram game. That was the game they lost after. They didn't get killed, but they did lose. Last time the Cardinals won 2 games in a row, December the 5th, 2021. It's like COVID era.
Now you've done it. You found the advantage for gaming, odds, and more. But we call it the winning edge for short. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
North Carolina State University researchers have discovered the secret of the fastest jumping backyard bug on Earth, the tiny globular springtail. It doesn't fly, bite, or sting, but with a tiny spring-loaded fork appendage under its abdomen to avoid predators, man, can it jump! Jumping 60 times its body length and spinning at 368 RPM, it can only be seen by high-speed cameras. This may be helping possible nightmare fuel research at Cornell. They're building swarms of autonomous AI-powered 3D printed quadruped insects powered by microscopic internal combustion engines. Follow me at G Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
You found it. Sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The winning edge. Right here, right now, all the time. All you can eat. Some have even used the word incessant. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
$28-20. 3.5 minutes left. So listen, the Minnesota Vikings could still, they got to get a touchdown. They got to tie, they got to get a 2-point conversion to tie the football game, but they still have a puncher's chance. There's still 3.5 minutes left in this game. They're not done yet. Meanwhile, the Syracuse Orangemen are all but done. We're down to under 2 minutes remaining right now. The Pittsburgh Panthers are just looking to run the clock out. They have the football. They're about to win 41-13. So, you know what? We're basically going to go 2-2. We win the Rams bet. We should win the Rams +3. We're going to win the teaser Rams bet. But I lost both the Syracuse. I lost Syracuse plus the points, and I'm going to lose the over. So it's just sort of one of those give and take type of nights. And, I lose the over field goal prop 47.5. We did put big plays in already on quite a few college football games. Cam, what are your best bets college football this week?
I haven't even looked at I got to be honest with you, Gabe, I haven't even looked at the college board yet. I've done all my NFL stuff already, and I put in some bets in the NFL. I've not made, other than tonight, I had Old Dominion in the over, and I had Syracuse, which I hit, and that was a bad bet. Huge first down for the Rams, buddy. We can, hopefully we can end this game right here. I don't want to see Minnesota get the ball back. I have literally not made one college bet. I will be doing that tomorrow. The minute I wake up, that's what I'm going to do. Look at all the college games and make a couple bets. But right now I got a lot of golf bets and I got a lot of NFL bets already made. I asked you, but you were talking about some others. What do you think about that Chiefs-Raiders game?
Not much. I've got no interest in it, really. If I had to bet it, I would bet on the Chiefs, I guess. You know, the Raiders, you know what? If you want to go total contrarian, you could take the Raiders, but the Raiders suck. And Gardner Minshew sucks. So, and Pierce, you know what I mean? Pierce is on, he's not going to be the coach of the future there. They do usually play the Chiefs tough. They beat them on Christmas last year. So you could argue, but to me, that just means the Chiefs are going to be in a bad mood and, you know, say, listen, we've lost to these guys, even though they suck a couple of times. So I don't really have, I really don't have any big interest in that game. Kansas City aren't good covering team, and the Raiders just aren't a good covering team. And you got to lay 10, it's 9.5 right now. So I don't have no interest in that game. But as I was saying, I got big interest in the Boise State UNLV game tomorrow night. So that game's at 10:30 Eastern. I'm not even really going to see it. I'm going to be at Dodger Stadium. I might see a bit of the second half if I'm lucky. The total is 64.5. We had Brett Beard on earlier, and he's a Heisman Trophy voter, and it sounds like he's all on board, saying he's tired of it just being quarterbacks all the time. So Ashton Genty, his prop is over under 196.5 yards. It's crazy to say, all right, you got to go over the number, but I think he's going to get there. I think tonight, tomorrow night / tonight, whatever, this is sort of the coming out party, I think, for him. National television, and they've been pretty cautious with him. I mean, he's only averaging 19 carries a game. There's some games where he's gotten the ball like 13 times only and stuff, 14 times. They could be padding his stats more, but I think tomorrow they're going to unleash him, and the game's going to be a track meet, and he's going to go up and down the field on UNLV. UNLV are going to respond and score too. So we love the over 64.5 in this game. And we're going to go with Boise State. We already got the play in. Boise State on the money line, -165. Other college football games that I've put in already, because we're going to be traveling on Saturday. We're not going to be getting to the state of Washington until later in the day. And then we can start betting again there. So I had to get some of these earlier bets in. And we're going to go with the Miami Hurricanes, as we discussed with Brett Beard earlier. The Miami Hurricanes obviously are a dangerous football team. I think Cam Ward is going to be the number one pick in the NFL draft. And I don't know if he wins the Heisman. They're two different things. But, he's the real deal, this kid. And the Miami Hurricanes, we can talk about Mario Cristobal we want, but all Cristobal has to do is just stand there and stay out of everybody's way. They have a great offensive line. They have a number one overall top draft pick type quarterback talent. They like to live dangerously, Miami, but Florida State are helpless. Like, they're not going to be able to punch back Florida State. It's just one of these rivalry games that sometimes your team has to take it on the chin. It sucks, you know what I mean? But it goes in waves. And look for the Miami Hurricanes to run the score up on Florida State. Florida State will not be able to punch back. This game's going to get ugly.
Get SportsGrid on the radio, TV, our mobile app, or the internet. In other words, if you can't hear us, you're the problem. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
North Carolina State University researchers have discovered the secret of the fastest jumping backyard bug on Earth, the tiny globular springtail. It doesn't fly, bite, or sting, but with a tiny spring-loaded forked appendage under its abdomen to avoid predators, man, can it jump! Jumping 60 times its body length and spinning at 368 RPM, it can only be seen by high-speed cameras. This may be helping possible nightmare fuel research at Cornell. They're building swarms of autonomous AI-powered 3D printed quadruped insects powered by microscopic internal combustion engines. Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to The Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Football Full Circle.
If LA does win, they're 3-4. They have the ability to get back to 500. Right now, there's plus 610 to make the playoffs, Scott. When you see the injuries to San Francisco, this is a winnable division now, and they already have the head-to-head against the 49ers. So why would you be out to get rid of Cooper Kupp and just sell off now if you pick up this win over the Vikings?
It's Football Full Circle with Ben Stevens and Joe Lisi. Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
These days, what can you really depend on? What's really going to be there for you tomorrow and the next day? We know that trust takes time, and we earn your loyalty every day by giving you the winning edge. Keep it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Level 4. This is Sports Rage. I am Morency, the Princeton players, the hustlers, the people who bust them, and everybody else between. I'm throwing it down live in Los Angeles, California, getting ready for the World Series. Big Card Julio will step up and in with some picks, and I'll share my World Series props with you. And looking at, we're under 2 minutes remaining here right now. Great kick by the LA Rams to just pin the Minnesota Vikings. So the Vikings do have the football. They literally have to go like 99 yards in a $146 with no timeouts left. You know, if anything, I think that this could sort of they're on the 5. My bad. They actually have 5 yards to work with. Hey, Sam Darnold marches down the field here 95 yards. You know, send him to the Pro Bowl, baby. I'm going to call it, though. It feels like this is a pick 6 time or a turnover. Something bad is about to happen to the Minnesota Vikings. It's going to be the final nail in your coffin here, Matthias, coming up.
That'd be great. Sorry, Matthias.
There's a bad pass to start off the drive.
And they skip it in. There you go.
And they're going to have no choice. Oh, here's the magical flag. They're going to have no choice but to go for it, too. Like I said, I get the feeling something weird's going to happen. Oh, they get a false start. If I was the Vikings,
play. One first down.
Yeah, exactly. If I was the Vikings, that's exactly what I would do. Like, you know, what's the point of that last play? If you're the Vikings, I would just be throwing it deep. Like, you know what I mean? Because a field goal doesn't even help you. I would just drop back and literally throw it like 40, 50 yards in the air every time, 3-4 times in a row. Whatever. You mix in a first down, but try to get the pass interference penalty. Try to get Jefferson open. This had, though, like I said, bro, you should have tuned into Sports Rage, Matthias, earlier this week.
You bet the Rams.
Instead of going to soccer practice.
Yeah.
I told you something was going to happen.
Going to soccer practice. Yeah, you went rogue, baby. You should have listened to the show.
Well, because I talked about it all week about how Central teams going to the West Coast.
Look at this face mask.
I know, but did I not just proclaim though and predict the future and say something bad's about to happen to the Minnesota Vikings?
Amazing.
Gonna end on some weird thing. There's a safety. I called it.
End it. Knees. Yeah.
It's a face mask, Gabe. It's a massive face mask.
I didn't call it. There you go.
Now, how the referee, number 3, the referee, bro, is
exactly
not. He's
right.
That's not just a. That's not just a face
He almost
mask.
decapitated Darnold.
That's like that's like The Exorcist. Like the head spun around.
Exactly. Jefferson's pissed.
Like, I don't know how every referee could have possibly.
That's awful. I'm with Mateus on this one. Like, come on. How do you? Like, that's ridiculous, Gabe. This is comedy. Like, come on. He almost
But
broke
to me,
his neck.
You know what's funny though? When I saw it live, I didn't notice either. I thought that he grabbed his I thought he grabbed him by the collar and sort of threw him down. But no. Like, you see it in real life, he twisted his head sideways. You know what's crazy is everybody, like Darnold looks up like, come on, what the hell is wrong with you? Like every Viking player like come running down the field, like looking for the flag. It's like everybody in the stadium saw it, except, let's see the referee. Look at the old guy there. He looks like he's standing on the beach looking at a hot girl.
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
He's got like a grin on his face. He's like not even like really watching. He's like, it's like,
you're right. He's zoned out. Like he's got that look of like, oh, what? Where am I?
Yeah, no, he really is. Like, dude, like if you look at slow mo, one of the referees, it's like he's just staring into space. He's not really watching anything. And there was another referee that just sort of had his head down for whatever reason.
Unreal.
This is the problem, though, with the NFL officiating, where it wouldn't kill them. It killed them for one of them. And you got like what? There's like 8 of them here, 7, 8 of them. And then you got the booth and the league. Like, all the league needs to say is, like, they do the review, and sometimes you guys see, they don't do it often, and I don't know why they don't like people knowing they do this, but they do it. They'll do this sometimes where it'll be so obvious that they don't go to the review cam. They're like, yeah, listen, it's so obvious they're not going to the review. The league just called and said, skip, just play on and correct it. So the league can do it if they want to. Now, they don't like doing it because they don't want to play God and get involved in the game, so to speak. But when you have all these referees here, all it takes is one of the refs to come over and tell the other guys, listen, you guys didn't see it, fine, whatever reason you didn't see it, but we got to call a flag on this because there really was a pretty bad face mask here.
It was brutal.
Like
NHL, he twisted his head.
NHL will pick up, you know what I mean? NHL will discuss it a bit. Major League Baseball even will discuss it a bit. NFL guys, though, they're like cops. They're never going to admit they were wrong. Like, there's like a blue line with these guys. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they'll never, it's like they're scared to admit publicly, yeah, we made the wrong call. Like, they won't do it. They'll just sort of stick to it and, well, you know what? We didn't see it. And hey, you know, it is what it is. So they just tried an onside kick on after the safety.
It was an interesting onside kick, actually. That was very, very creative, but good call. Good play by Williams. So this is done. There we go, Gabe. Winner. Rams and the money line. Let's roll. Both teasers.
Yeah, as we discussed, the bubble burst, right? You're undefeated and stuff. Yeah, once you're not, it's not the same anymore. Like, the shine does come off. College football, it doesn't. Like, these kids in college football, they're on to the next week and they're all going to whatever. The NFL, though, like, it's sort of like the last sort of thing. Hey, we haven't lost. You feel invincible. Now you lose. Now you lose again. We saw it with the Buffalo Bills. They won the first 3, and then suddenly they got their ass handed to them by Baltimore. They had a frustrating, weird game against Houston where they fell short. Now they're sort of back on track. And you look at the Rams' schedule right now. Their next game up is against the Seattle Seahawks. It'll be a big divisional tilt. And then look how soft it is. They get the Miami Dolphins and the New England Patriots in back-to-back weeks.
And even New Orleans is not playing as well right now. Philadelphia, the
Rams really could play themselves back into this thing.
They could. And you saw, and we talked about this, and you brought up a great point, and I just saw this Rams team has a great, their body language is fantastic. Like, everybody on the sideline, like, there's a lot of things
for a 2-4
right
team.
now.
Look, they're very happy.
I'm talking, it's just right again. Like, this has been the whole time. Like, it's all positivity. They get along with each other. This is a big thing, man. Like, look at the hugs and stuff. It's like they won a huge game. It's wow. Very impressive. Great performance.
I I almost get the feeling too right now, though, Shay. You just see him; he's congratulating everybody on the sidelines.
Meaning
He stopped and he looked up. He stopped. He looked up, and he's probably thinking, "Man, why these guys keep winning? It's just going to screw us up, if anything."
Yep.
And because now he's got to make decisions. They don't want to. They got to trade people. They wanted to trade people. I think this Cooper Kupp thing is for real.
Mm-hmm.
He cost a lot of money. He cost a lot of money moving forward. So if you're the Rams, it's like, yeah, you're winning. Do you really want to play? It's sort of like the baseball thing. When your baseball team you're sort of battling for a wild card spot, so you don't want to trade people, but you got to be sort of realistic and say, listen, we're not winning the World Series, so what are we doing here?
Well,
so I think the Rams could be in that spot. Yeah, they ended up trading.
That's the thing. And Detroit still got there. That's the whole thing. It's like, you know what? We're not going to get rid of it.
That's why you're better off just trading people.
Yes. No, you're right. Come to think of it, when you're looking at the body language of them at the end, it's almost like they know something is going on with ownership and management, and they know that deals are still going to be made despite winning this game. Interesting.
It's the same thing with Devontae Adams with the Raiders. Like, people think, Devontae Adams, like, he wants out of the Raiders. It's a big embarrassment for the Raiders. Dude, them getting rid of that contract was like a Christmas gift to them.
I agree.
Right? Like, they're freaking stuck, like, paying this guy, like, $76 million. Same thing with the Rams. Like, yeah, we love Cooper Kupp, but we don't want to have to pay this guy. He's owed like $29 million next year.
Gets hurt a lot, too.
Get the SportsGrid mobile app. Take us to places where the wife would definitely not approve. Not counting the bank. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Sports Rage tonight.
If Yamamoto pitches 2 gems, and don't forget, he was awesome in his last start. If he pitches 2 gems in the World Series, win both his starts, and he strikes out a ton, he looks really good in both of them. He could win the MVP at 125-1, but the only problem is there's so many good offensive players on the Dodgers. One of them is going to go off probably and have a great series, right?
It's Sports Rage tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Are you retired like me, and you just found out you owe the IRS a ton of money? Well, what would your life be like if they took your retirement savings away from you? They can do it, and your property. If you owe the IRS back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, the Tax Relief Line is here to help you. They can stop the IRS from taking your retirement savings. If you qualify, you could have your tax bill reduced to 0. That's right, if you're retired and you owe the IRS a lot in back taxes, you could have your entire tax bill reduced to 0 due. The IRS has now hired thousands of new employees, so they're ready to come after you. Don't let them take your retirement savings or property. Make this free call now.
800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. That's 800-590-4933.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
When you're a SportsGrid listener, you have an advantage. We bring you sports gaming strategies and information 24/7. We call it the winning edge. Everybody else calls it Stop messing around. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Big win for the Rams. Not a surprise from our perspective. We cashed the ticket with the Rams tonight, and it's funny. People, they want to trade Cooper Kupp, and they've only won 2 games. They didn't look good against the Raiders last week, and all that stuff. Did they look great against the Raiders last week? No, but like I said earlier, it's a week-to-week league. It doesn't really matter how good you look. It's just the result, and then that's all it is, and you move on to the next game. But it was more for me the anti-Minnesota angle. right? I'm not, I don't talk about a lot of trends. I'm not going to get in. There's too many trends out there, right? And some of them are just dumb. And as I stated, they're overblown and they don't have anything to do with the modern teams. And, the Eagles are this and that against the Giants. Well, it doesn't matter, man, from like 7-8 years ago, right? Like it's not the same players anymore. It's the same coaches anymore. But when you get trends like this, the travel trend, like I said, it's almost a gift. Since 2006, there's only been 20 of these games. So they don't happen often. You got to take advantage of them when they do, that the team is not going to win going on the West Coast on a short week. Right? You can, people complain about Thursday games, the teams complain, fans, this and that. You got to take advantage of the disadvantages. I think, Chip said it earlier, actually, about finding the value and how it's nuanced and stuff. And he had a good, Chip was talking, and he's a former contest winner too. He won the Hilton contest, the super contest one was called the Hilton. And he had a good point, and he basically said, everybody knows everything about the teams, right? You don't have to be an expert to know this team's good or that team's better than this team. But he said there's a nuance there's a nuance to it from a week to week, from week to week situation. And it really is true about, throw out the fact of what the number is. And, like I said, people, the Rams didn't play great last week. They won the game, right? People live in this sort of bubble, whether a team covered or not. But the Vikings walking into this. And another thing is, too, guys, the Detroit Lions trend lives, right? So every team that's played the Detroit Lions now has lost the next game. And they just lost this one kind of by pretty big points as favorites, too. It's amazing how, this history is repeating itself. So these are like solid sort of trend angles. There's some of the other ones, and you're talking about wind and, on the road and blah, blah, blah. But when you get into like this, stuff like this, these are just gifts you have to bet, Cam.
Agreed.
They're not going to come across that often, right? And to me, I brought it up on Tuesday night about this travel thing. And a lot of people just sort of look at me like, yeah, okay. And, this is the reason why they don't win. They caught up to them.
Yes, and they're human beings. The whole problem with the capping thing is, people look at these things as robots and through a computer and stuff. They're human beings. Human beings travel. They do this. They bleed. And you know what? Your point about the Lions, when I was listening to that trend, I'm like, you know what? And you brought up a very good point that I remember. The Baltimore Ravens used to murder people back in the day when you played Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, and all those guys. And they come back next week and they get slapped around because they're still hurt because they played a physical team. These things exist. They are real. The problem is games are not won. You can put all your numbers through your supercomputer, do whatever the hell you want. This trend matters because it's about travel. It's about going to weird spots. Now you're going in from here, from Detroit, all the way to Los Angeles. That's a big deal on a short week. It's a big deal.
Yeah, three days. Almost impossible. And I told you, Matthias, too. I said, as the game goes on, you're going to see the Vikings will fall apart late. And it's exactly what happens. It's all, you're a UFC fan, Matthias. It's almost like a fight. You know what I mean? When the underdog or whatever has the adrenaline early.
Yeah, he comes in.
And it's like, you're not going to be able to keep that up at that, that pace, and it'll just sort of change it. Give credit to Stafford. Stafford made a lot of plays when he had to under pressure. And it's amazing to me that Stafford is the healthier man than Clayton Kershaw as high school teammates. The Clayton Kershaw playing baseball and throwing a baseball has beat himself up more. Because listen, man, Stafford, he's playing elite football.
He is.
He's not in the best situation all the time. And I don't know, he's like a mercenary, this guy. You wonder, if he's just there for the money and after he won the Super Bowl, the Rams would have let him go if they could have, but nobody wanted the contract. So they just figured, well, you know what? They were actually hoping. There was this little brief window where there was buzz he was going to retire. And the Rams wanted him to. Because the Rams were like, man, we won't be on the hook for this massive cap hit. Because they pay him a ton of freaking money.
He deserves
it. So it used to be that there was this sort of just negative, well, he's going to be around for the 3 years because he's not going to give up the money, right? And thing is, he's playing very good football. And that there was like talk about teams wanting to get Stafford, but it's unbelievable story, Matt Stafford. Like I said, high school teammates with Clayton Kershaw, and Stafford was the catcher, and Kershaw is the pitcher. And here they are years later, and Clayton Kershaw can't even pitch in the World Series because he's too beat up. And Matt Stafford's out here dodging young linemen, and the NFL's a young man's game, man. There's these young D linemen are freaking flying around. It's a fast sport. And Stafford is just, dialed in right now. And the Rams are in the mix. They play the Seattle Seahawks next. And the Seahawks, of course, play my Buffalo Bills this Sunday. And what's expected to be a very rainy day in Seattle on Sunday, Cam.
Interesting.
No, normally is, but now the rain season has started to begin in the Pacific Northwest.
You're right, those gloomy, dark days. Just one quick point about Stafford, too. As a catcher in baseball, catchers, Gabe, you know the drill. It hurts your knees. So the funny thing about this guy now is he's getting older and he still makes all the throws and all the beautiful things. Stafford is a freak, actually, when you think about it. And he got murdered when he played in Detroit. A few times, he was down, and we're like, is his career over? He deserves all the respect in the world. I can't wait for the Seahawks-Bills game, Gabe. I think it's going to be a tight one.
Stafford's like Ben Roethlisberger. Been so beat up, but he just keeps going.
When did life get so complicated? Just a few years ago, you only worried about what toy to ask for at Christmas. Now, only we get you. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Football full circle.
If LA does win, they're 3-4. They have the ability to get back to 500. Right now, there's plus 610 to make the playoffs, Scott. When you see the injuries to San Francisco, this is a winnable division now, and they already have the head-to-head against the 49ers. So why would you be out to get rid of Cooper Kupp and just sell off now if you pick up this win over the Vikings?
It's Football Full Circle with Ben Stevens and Joe Lisi. Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1963, Sandy Koufax is a unanimous winner of the Cy Young Award, going 25-5 with a 1.88 ERA.
The question is why. I don't know if cortisone is good for you or not. But to take a shot every other ball game is more than I wanted to do. And
despite his incredible success, Koufax retired at the age of 30 due to injury. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
You don't have to listen to SportsGrid. You can always go to a horse stable, find one with shoes, pry one off, and hang it over your door. Or you can get the winning edge right here. And you won't take a hoof to the head. No! This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
It's game day. I see the Princeton players, the hustlers, the people that bust them, and everybody else in between them throwing it down live from Los Angeles. So speaking of which, countdown to first pitch is on. We ask a lot of people, what do they have for the World Series? And basically nobody has anything. So I'll give you what we've got for tomorrow.
Nobody has
nobody. What do you have for the World Series tomorrow? You got any props for us? You got any picks? What do you got?
Nothing. I like the Dodgers in 6. I like your Betts pick for MVP. He's, he knows the Yankees from his days in Boston. You know what the funny thing is, too? Teoscar Hernandez was a ghost until the final game against the Mets. I think he's going to be better than people think in this series, too. He knows Yankee pitching as a Blue Jay. But, we'll see.
So a lot of people are talking about the pitching advantages, this and that, and the Dodgers starting pitching. The Dodgers starting pitching was sort of hit or miss in the playoffs. They were either really good or they would get lit up. But the history of the Dodgers pitching really sets up nicely for them here against the New York Yankees. Yamamoto's only pitched against them once. Yamamoto's the type of dude that it's a real bitch if you haven't seen him before. It's, like if you've seen him a couple of times, you can, like San Diego's a good example. San Diego saw Yamamoto like 4 or 5 times this year. They hit him, right? They figured it out. They were like, all right, this is what he's doing. This is what he does. This is what he doesn't do. And they figured him out. The Yankees saw him once, and they pitched at Yankee Stadium this year. Yamamoto pitched 7 shutout innings. All right, he was freaking dominant against them. Walker Buehler hasn't been himself, obviously, this year. Yet anyone who's paying attention can tell Walker Buehler's last 2 starts have been significantly better. And it's like he figured out a delivery. What it is he's working from the stretch all the time now.
Yeah.
So he's actually delivering like there's a runner on base, even though there isn't. They basically caught on that his numbers were a lot better. And they basically said, all right, just pretend that there's a runner on, even if there isn't.
And that's usually
right?
opposite
As opposed
game.
to
Pitchers have
as
problems
opposed to
with
the windup.
stretch. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's good. That's a good thing for him. Most do.
But also, yeah, what the thing is, though, and also if your delivery is bad, too, it's hard with your windup if something's wrong. Like a good example is Yamamoto. They thought Yamamoto was tipping his pitches against San Diego. And he was. But so the Dodgers caught on at least that, you know what? They know what you're throwing. Right? Because of you have these little tells. It's like poker, Cam. It's not like it's pro baseball, bro. It's not like they could just do the same thing every game, like for the rest of their career. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's like sitting at a poker table with someone, and like a pro poker player, they're gonna they're like psychiatrists, bro. They're gonna realize, like, if Cam's eyebrow moves this way, it means that he's about to lose. Yep. Like
that's why I wear a mask.
they'll be able to figure stuff out. And they're so good at it. So Yamamoto has a nice advantage against the Yankees that I like. Juan Soto's kind of, Aaron Judge and Juan Soto are the 2 dangers here. Juan Soto didn't play against Yamamoto, didn't play in that game. And for whatever reason, Soto has struggled against Walker Buehler and Jack Flaherty in his career. 3 for 18. All right, so you add up the starting pitching for the Dodgers. Listen, I read a preview, and it said that they like the Yankees because they trust Garrett Cole out of all the pitchers more than anyone else. And I'm thinking that's a dangerous way to live. If you're picking the Yankees on Garrett Cole only here, I would pick the Yankees because of Aaron Judge and Stanton and Soto, and they're going to hit a ton of home runs. It's not going to be because of Garrett Cole. But long story short, I think the Yamamoto is actually better than Cole. I think Yamamoto is going to deliver here. So as far as our player props, and we got some nice ones here, Mookie Betts has faced Garrett Cole 17 times. 7 for 17. He's hitting .412. Mookie Betts, you're getting plus 125, plus 130 over 1.5 total bases for a guy that's hitting .412 against Garrett Cole. Freddie Freeman, who says that he feels like nearly 100% better than he did like a week and a half ago. If the time off is going to help anybody, it's going to be Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman is 7 for 20 in his career against Garrett Cole, a robust .350 batting average. Enrique Hernandez is hitting .381 in his career against Garrett Cole. You look at these numbers. Like the Dodgers do damage against Garrett Cole, and all it'll take is one of them. Ohtani really hasn't seen it. Actually, you know what? Ohtani's seen him 20 times. He's only 4 for 20. But I think the Dodgers get one because Cole's going to get hit.
SportsGrid is available on the radio, internet, TV, satellite, and our mobile app. If you're not getting it, ask the nerdy kid next door. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steel Man Pills. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
North Carolina State University researchers have discovered the secret of the fastest jumping backyard bug on Earth, the tiny globular springtail. It doesn't fly, bite, or sting, but with a tiny spring-loaded forked appendage under its abdomen to avoid predators, man, can it jump! Jumping 60 times its body length and spinning at 368 RPM, it can only be seen by high-speed cameras. This may be helping possible nightmare fuel research at Cornell. They're building swarms of autonomous AI-powered 3D printed quadruped insects powered by microscopic internal combustion engines. Follow me at G Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
You may or may not be a good SportsGrid listener. If you've ever looked around to see if anyone's watching before you tear the Do Not Remove tag off your mattress, you may not be a good SportsGrid listener. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Shout out to Fight Resistance, our boy Dean. He's got a great still shot here of the missed face mask. And as I stated, there was two refs there. One of the refs, kind of looked like under the goalpost more so. Kind of just had a weird sort of grin on his face and was like, he couldn't see it, right? Like he's standing there, there's big bodies in front of him, and I'm not saying he was smiling. He just sort of had a goofy look on his face, but he couldn't. I'm not going to call him out. He shouldn't be standing. I don't know what his job is but he didn't see it. But there was a dude here, the referee number 3 here. He's staring right at it, and he does absolutely nothing. And the whole deal with this is too. I don't understand why they just don't have a talk about it. They refuse to even just say, "All right, listen, what did we miss? Did we miss something here?" That's the one thing about college football, and at times it's a little tedious, and I don't, there's a fine line, and Julio steps up in it, and Julio works at college football games, and you see Julio in college football, it's good news, bad news. They'll review everything. You don't even need to challenge it, right? You just need to bitch. You know what I'm saying? And they'll review it. Even if the refs are unsure, they'll review it. They review every this, every that. They'll review everything, and it adds length to the game, but they generally get things right. The NFL, the NFL just refuses to correct things, right? Another referee won't come and say, "Listen, you guys missed this. We got to call this," and they never do it. They just double down, or make it reviewable where you could actually challenge it and say, "We challenge it. There was a face mask," which is something you could do in the CFL, which is a pretty good rule actually. Like a good example, guys. And Matthias, you just lost money on it. You'd like the CFL rule. In the CFL, you can throw the challenge flag and make them review it and go, "You jackasses missed their face mask. We demand there's a penalty," and you can get the penalty called. So the CFL rules, some little tweaks that help would help in the NFL, but it is what it is. They didn't lose because of that. It didn't help. But shout out to Degenerate Dean. How you doing, Julio?
Doing well, Gabe. Always appreciate you having me on. Great point you bring up about college, because a couple of weeks ago down in Tulsa, I heard from a couple of sources that they, in the official replay booth at every college stadium, they review everything. They quickly rewind every single play. They'll message down on comms to one of the officials designated to have an earpiece on them, and they say, hey, we may need to review this. We probably shouldn't review this, but they look at everything in college football. Every single play, in theory, is reviewable from the the main replay booth. So it doesn't surprise me to hear that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know why the NFL doesn't care more about perfection. There's got to be a reason for it. Is it that they like the debate? Do they like the human aspect, the controversy? You know what I mean? A lot of things. Why don't the NFL just why do we argue about whether the ball was in the end zone or not? It's 2024. The NFL literally makes $20 billion a year. They can't afford technology, Julio, to tell us whether the ball touched the white line or not.
Exactly. Especially in these,
why don't they just do it?
In the big primetime games, I've been hearing from different crews across college and professional football. Amazon has the largest trucks for NFL games. Maybe I think they have 5 or 6 semi-trailer trucks. They've got all the camera angles you need. Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football. They've got all of the views in theory you would need to make a correct call. So the NFL is not hurting for money. They certainly can make these investments. For years, people haven't noticed this, but they've had chips on the ball. That's mainly for the next gen stats. But these microchips in the football, you don't need the chain gang in theory anymore, because these microchips know if it's a first down, if it's 8 yards, 7 yards, et cetera, et cetera. But the NFL doesn't implement this across the board, even though they have the technology and are using it for certain aspects, but not others.
Julio, you do a lot of Conference USA games. You've done Jacksonville State games this year. How about Kennesaw State beating Liberty outright, and that being their first ever win against an FBS program? And it's against the Liberty Flame team that had won 17 regular season games in a row. Wild stuff, right, for Kennesaw State.
In the booth last night, that was the talk of the booth before the game, during the game, as soon as that game finished, was wow. That the guys who were doing the game for ESPN last night are doing that Kennesaw game next week. They were surprised. They thought they were going to get slapped around. It's this time of the year, Gabe. As we get to late October, early November, we're going to start to see more and more of these upsets. And Liberty just didn't have what it takes. They fell asleep on the Owls last night, but I love Jacksonville State to win Conference USA. If any team can do it out of that group, I think the Gamecocks can. Seeing them a couple of times in person. First week of the season, they were terrible against Coastal Carolina. 3-game losing streak. Now they've got their quarterback in that system. Talented running backs. A Division II transfer, I believe, was it Washington, or I forgot his last name. But Jacksonville State, really good team. Good defense as well. Great linebackers. I like the Gamecocks a lot in Conference USA.
I talked about it last night. They're strong finishers, these guys. They play well in the second half. They you know what I mean? Last night we saw they ended up covering the number barely, but they ended up getting it done. Monster game tomorrow night in Las Vegas. Boise State, UNLV. Boise State are 3.5-point favorites. The total 64.5. Money line's -165. UNLV are +140. You got Rutgers, USC tomorrow, kind of flying under the radar a little bit. But Boise State, UNLV, that's the big college football game, not just of the night, but actually one of the biggest college games of the weekend.
Absolutely. What type of environment are we going to get in Las Vegas for this game? Is there going to be a true home field advantage at Allegiant Stadium?
No.
Or can Boise State really put their foot on the pedal? 64.5. I think we can get an over for sure in that game. I know for sure I'm playing over 13.5 in the first quarter. I like the Broncos. I mean, I've bet against UNLV. That's hurt me a couple of times this season, but I think Boise State at 3.5. I think that's a pretty good number.
All right. So what else? What are your picks this week, Julio? What do you got for us?
Let's start off with Buffalo in the MAC. Give me the Bulls +6. We'll go with Navy, the midshipmen. This game's at the Meadowlands. I like Navy +14. I'll take a sprinkle at 4-1 +400 for the midshipmen to beat Notre Dame.
Whoa.
I love BYU this season. I'm a big proponent of the Cougars. +115 on the money line to go into Orlando and get the upset against Central Florida. Illinois making the trip to Eugene. As a kid growing up, you would have loved to have seen Illinois, Oregon in the Rose Bowl. Now we have them as a conference foe. So give me the Fighting Illini +21.5 against Oregon. And I believe to Colorado State, they're at home against New Mexico. Give me the Rams -4.5.
You know what? I got to tip my cap, and I didn't do it to Zach the other night. But we got quite a few. We've got a lot of listeners in Chicago, and we're on Sirius right now, but we were on AM radio too over the years a lot, syndicated. We've always had a lot of people in Illinois and people in the Chicago area who are fans. So we congratulate you on the 100th anniversary, wearing the Red Grange old school looking uniforms. They beat down the Michigan Wolverines, and it's been a rough watch for me, Julio, this year, watching the Michigan Wolverines play. Right? And I'm not a front runner. So, listen, I'm not going to lie to you and say that I watched every minute of the game. At some point, I'm like, all right, I got to change the channel for a couple of minutes. But with that being stated, you got to take the good years with the bad years. But big win for Illinois. The crowd was going crazy and stuff like that. All right, we'll get Julio's best bets on the other side. Countdown to first pitches on World Series. Let's roll.
Your source for the winning edge. All to make you the sports gaming big dog. Is this a great country or what? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1963, Sandy Koufax is a unanimous winner of the Cy Young Award, going 25-5 with a 1.88 ERA.
Question is why. I don't know if cortisone is good for you or not, but to take a shot every other ball game is more than I wanted to do. And
despite his incredible success, Koufax retired at the age of 30 due to injury. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
North Carolina State University researchers have discovered the secret of the fastest jumping backyard bug on Earth, the tiny globular springtail. It doesn't fly, bite, or sting, but with a tiny spring-loaded forked appendage under its abdomen to avoid predators, man, can it jump! Jumping 60 times its body length and spinning at 368 RPM, it can only be seen by high-speed cameras. This may be helping possible nightmare fuel research at Cornell. They're building swarms of autonomous AI-powered 3D printed quadruped insects powered by microscopic internal combustion engines. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to The Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Winning is no accident.
You gotta be smart about it.
It takes a plan. All centered around expert analysis and trusted information.
That's what you get
right here. The winning edge. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Man, there's so much stuff going on, but last night, what kind of flew on the radar was the Vancouver Whitecaps. And we talked about it last night, Julio. And so MLS playoffs, and, we rip, people, all the WNBA should do this and that and stuff, but the MLS doesn't handle things great either. You know what I mean? the way that, the playoffs, it's like, all right, we're going to have these wild card games midweek. They make a day of it, and they don't really promote it. It's just sort of, there's playoff games every week, every night throughout the week and stuff. But nevertheless, and what was crazy is Vancouver were the lower seed, yet because of a super motocross event at BC Place, they couldn't, take the dirt away. So the Vancouver Whitecaps needed to play in Portland last night, and Portland were plus two. The Whitecaps were plus 240 underdogs, Julio, and they won the game 5-0. Pretty freaking crazy. Vancouver beat Portland 5-0 to eliminate them, and now the Vancouver Whitecaps will play LAFC in a series. Right, so now they actually have the playoff series. MLS is always changing their format, but there was wild card. Now we get a playoff series.
I've been disappointed with MLS on Apple TV here in the United States. I've been so used to them on ESPN, every single game on Watch ESPN, games locally televised. I don't know when things are happening, and when you have a packed sports schedule now with the NBA back, NHL, you have to be super aggressive with your marketing, and MLS just missing the boat.
Yeah, you know what? Even you're right. They haven't taken advantage. I understand they made money off of Messi and on the Apple deal and everything, but they make it hard to see the league. You're right. It's frustrating. I get it. And even when it's on Apple, it's they want you to the premium this and that, and that's the way it is, bro. It's like Amazon now. Amazon Prime they got the NHL as well too. They're showing weekly hockey games, and you're going to see Amazon start to take over more and more in the future. Okay, Julio. So what do you got for us, my man?
All right, you know me. I love soccer. Gabe, let's give you some quick soccer plays. Antonio Conte has taken over Napoli, and they've been the kings of the clean sheet, especially against weaker sides in Italy. -138, Napoli, clean sheet against Lecce on Saturday. Manchester City, after slapping Sparta Praga 5-0 yesterday in the Champions League, they play Southampton, a team that's been very weak in the EPO. City, -125 on the clean sheet. Back on the college gridiron, I hate Penn State. I hate them. There's not many schools I dislike in the country. Penn State is on the top of that list for me. And this week especially just reminded me why I loathe that school. So give me Wisconsin as a home dog, homecoming in Madison, a night game. Katie bar the door. Give me the Badgers, +195 on the money line. As I mentioned, Navy, +14 against Notre Dame and on the money line. Under 57.5, Wyoming and Utah State, and Colorado, Gabe, -6.5 against Central Florida.
Colorado Buffaloes.
Or Cincinnati. They're playing Cincinnati. Excuse me.
Yeah, BYU's playing Central Florida.
Central Florida, yep.
Yeah, you know what? I like where you're going with that, actually. I've been on the Buffalo bandwagon. I've been betting on them. I had a pretty good pulse on them. Last year, I was picking on them.
Right.
But I've caught on this year. Like I said, it was at that Colorado State game. I really like what I saw from them. And they play with a different compete level now. They're a physically tougher team, if you'll notice. They do a better job protecting Shedeur Sanders. Now, they don't have a great offensive line, but they've done a better job protecting him. They're actually running the ball a little bit. They come up with stops on defense. If you'll notice, Julio, their defensive line has really improved. They get to the quarterback a bit now. They're actually starting to sort of look like a real football team, right? And they've had a pretty good year. Too bad they lost that K-State game. If they only would have had one loss still, they could be a little bit more of a buzz going on. But it's up to 6.5 now, Julio. Wow, I swear to God, bro, this was 4.5 earlier in the week. 6.5 now, I see.
Yeah, a lot of people are loving the Buffs defensively. Gabe, you mentioned that defensive line. Warren Sapp, NFL Hall of Famer, is the defensive line coach at Colorado. Pat Shurmur, offensive coordinator, really trying to make it more of a pro-style offense.
Yeah,
so
Terrell Owens.
Terrell
Owens isn't on the staff officially, but he's there. You know what I mean? T.O.'s an advisor. He's on the sideline. He's on the field at practices now. He's an unofficial sort of advisor, but You know, the Warren Sapp stuff notwithstanding, I mean, whatever. we won't get into him not paying the allegedly not paying the hooker, right, and all that type of stuff. So I kind of find it weird. Like if you're a college football team, Julio, you know what I mean? Like, let's bring in that guy that got the Hall of Famer that got fired from the NFL Network in the Super Bowl because he got into it with a hooker. But like, I had to bring it up. Sorry, but
it's okay.
But I do respect Dion actually saying, you know what, let's bring in all these sort of Hall of Fame and badass players and let them be around the kids and see if it wears off on them a bit.
Especially T.O. I mean, T.O. didn't go to a big school. He was Tennessee Chattanooga, from UTC Chattanooga to the NFL to becoming a Hall of Famer. So if any young college student wants to listen to someone, that would be the type of guy you'd want to listen to, because even though he was a showman, prima donna, I mean, that guy came out to play every week during his NFL career. I mean, we're getting to that stage now, Gabe, where we're just going to be bombarded with games. We're 2 weeks out from college basketball tipping off. I mean, it's getting crazy. I had biggest play tonight was the Avalanche on the puck line at Utah Hockey Club. Easy victory on that front. And there's so many games. I'm like, man, I need to take notes, which I usually do, because we're just going to get slammed in the coming weeks.
Man, it's hard. It's hard enough nowadays keeping up with 134. It's hard enough keeping up with the Kennesaw States and the Jacksonville States of the world, Julio. In college football, college basketball, there's like 452 teams or something now. It's insane. Right. It's actually like harder than going to school. You know what I mean? Like I didn't want to go to school, so I just wanted to bet on sports. Like it almost seems like it'd be easier to just go back to school. Because you gotta do more studying to figure out how to bet on basketball. Thanks, Julio.
Thanks, Gabe.
Turns out the number 7 is lucky. It's the number of times we'll whack you upside the head if you ever start depending on luck. Ouch! This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more, all in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime, on the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Carver and Lisi.
You know what kills me? I put it out, I get everybody gassed up, right? I put money on it, obviously, out of no sweat bet. I got guys that tailed me, right? And then all of a sudden, I get the abuse. Oh, this guy's riding the pine. I can't put him in. I figured it was your burner account. You and Mama Tops. You're aging.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific, on the SportsGrid Radio Network. You've heard of smart bombs, smartphones, smart cars, smart watches, and smart glasses. Now you can add smart player, giving you sports gaming strategies and information 24/7. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Thanks to Big Card Julio. All right, we're up against it here. So we're going to beat the baseball game tomorrow night. Cam Stewart will be in with George Kurtz tomorrow for 120 minutes. You're going to have the World Series, Game 1. Tomorrow night, we had a poll question up on our Twitter account, X. Who's going to win the World Series? 63.5% say the Los Angeles Dodgers. 36.5% say the New York Yankees. So I'm thinking, all right, that's pretty significant. And we should note, for the most part, although it's changed a little bit, but a lot of times whenever there's an overwhelming response to one of my poll questions for one team, that team loses. But I'm looking right now on, I just saw the tweet from Fox. So Fox is doing the World Series, and Fox said they had their own poll question. All right, viewers, baseball fans, who do you think is going to win the World Series? Fox viewers, 70% on the Los Angeles Dodgers. Man, listen, I don't. This series is minus 125. It's a pick 'em for a reason, Cam. But yeah, the public is really all in on the Los Angeles Dodgers to win this thing, which worries me because I saw before the game tonight, and I'm sure you feel the same way. It's been this way for years, except now, and it's even worse. Like on ESPN or like Monday Night Football or Thursday Night Football or any one of these like days, whenever and even college football, bro, like even college game day. Like Nick Saban, God bless him, but he's the worst. Like I swear to God, if you fade Nick Saban, you're gonna kill it. And Nick Saban actually admitted the other day, it was really funny. He goes, guys, I think I'm the worst picker in the history of this show, actually. He's kind of like, he goes, I can't pick winners. Like, he's like,
yes.
Like it was really funny, though. Like, I saw Nick Saban last week, and he goes, Indiana's unbelievable on offense, but he goes, Nebraska's defense is just too good for them. It's the real deal. Indiana's not going to have a field day like they normally do. Look for Nebraska to upset them, win the game outright. Fast forward, Cam, 54-7 Indiana.
Unbelievable.
Saban has like died on West Virginia's hill on a weekly basis. He's like, this is the week where West Virginia are going to turn it around. He's from there, and McAfee played there and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, coaching games and picking are literally two different things. So tomorrow night, we're going to be at Dodger Stadium. Check out my Twitter, X, and TikTok and stuff. I'll try to post some videos, although, and Wi-Fi is in and out in LA all the time, especially on that hill at Dodger Stadium. But we'll definitely post all of our picks before the game. We are on the Dodgers tomorrow night to win the baseball game. I like Jack Flaherty over 5.5 strikeouts. I like Garrett Cole under 4.5 strikeouts. And we've got a ton of player props, and I think you're getting pretty nice numbers. We told you guys about about Mookie Betts and his nice average. So Mookie Betts over 1.5 total bases plus 130. Tommy Edman, guys, this is Cam. Tommy Edman just won the MVP.
Awesome. Yep.
His total bases is 0.5 at minus 140. All he's got to do is get a hit.
Yep.
Yeah, so you get a hit at minus 140 with Tommy Edman. Freddie Freeman is getting no love here. And Freeman has nice numbers against Garrett Cole. Freddie Freeman plus 160 over 1.5 total bases. Kiki Hernandez, another one. Kiki Hernandez has great numbers against Cole, great numbers against the Yankees. He's hot as hell. He's a postseason performer. His prop, 0.5. All he's got to do is get a single hit. Minus 160. Teoscar Hernandez, 0.5. Minus 170. I didn't play, actually I did play Teoscar. And pretty much all. There's a few guys I didn't play. But Shohei Ohtani is minus 115. Hell, Max Muncy's another one, Cam. Muncy's on fire in the playoffs. 0.5 for Max Muncy. So all he's got to do is get a hit. We got Mookie Betts to win the most valuable player at plus 850. And we've got the Dodgers to win the series in 6 games. I've got the Dodgers just to win the series outright. But we got the Dodgers to win the series in 6 games. And as far as the total tomorrow, it's hard to want to. And oh, yeah, we played all the odds boosts that they had pretty much. I hit them all. Not all of them, but pretty much. I played the Shohei Ohtani to hit a home run. Dodgers win. Mookie Betts 1+ hits plus 600. Even though I'm a diehard Dodger fan, just for the hell of it, I saw plus 550. I was like, all right. Aaron Judge, Yankees win. Gleyber Torres 1 hit plus 550. We played Dodgers win. This is a good one, Cam. Look, this is at Bet365. Dodgers win. Max Muncy RBI, Shohei Ohtani RBI, plus 850.
I like that.
Just from the odds, that could happen. Muncy could drive in a run. Ohtani could drive in a run. And, plus 850 is a good number. All right, other than that, you're on your own. Later.
Sports gaming strategy so strong you can practically power your phone on it. Extend your battery life. Keep it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.